Hello, hello. I hope we're all doing well today, everybody. Oh, they're saying they can't hear you.
Ah, I should be back. I should be back now. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. They can hear the Grim Dog is. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. And Grimm has already said hello, but I am joined today by Grimm Glassman for book club. I hope everyone is having a lovely, lovely afternoon. I look super quiet on the. Wow. Wow. And see, we spent 20 minutes doing mixing before this, and it looked fine until I hit go live.
It's always something.
It's always something. It's always something. I almost certainly sound awful right now. I probably sound awful right now, but at least I'm like within normal vocal rate. If Vex or Stressed or Sheepy could let me know if I sound like I am a robot right now, that would be helpful. I probably sound really dreadful, and I will need to remember to adjust the settings afterwards because I just pumped the gain from 2 decibels to 8 decibels. Oh, is that bad? Is that bad? Crap. New layers of scuff discovered. Give me. And okay, I should sound. I should sound less robot-y now, but still looks like I'm a little bit quiet. Thank you OBS for figuring out new ways to give me headaches. Yes. Thank you all for the help with the audio. I shouldn't be churlish about this. I should be grateful because this is very important information for me to have. This is very valuable for me to have. Very quiet again. I am turning off. No, that doesn't help at all. I was gonna try turning off noise suppression. Okay. So I just played with the comp a little bit, and it's still looking really bad. It still looks awful. Holy crap. This looks awful.
Oh no.
That looks a little bit better, but it still looks really bad. I swear to heaven.
It's way better, they say.
Okay, it's way better. Okay, that's good to hear. You spend literally like 20 hours at a stretch on this stuff, and it's still betrayed. Incredible stuff.
Of course.
But yes. Grimm, would you care to introduce yourself to the people, the fine folks?
Yes, I do have a bit of a slide going a little more into me later on, but I can quickly say, hello everybody, my name is Grimm Glassman. I am a stained glass artist, VTuber / PNG tuber, whichever you prefer, and I'm happy to make y'all's acquaintance today.
Yeah. I've been a fan of Grimm's for a while. Grimm does these very, very cool stained glass art streams. It's very unusual. It's very unique. Very, very few people are doing anything like it. And as a traditional artist on these here Twitch chats, I find this very exciting, right? I find this very, very exciting, personally speaking. I think it's super duper cool to have to be able to see another person doing a traditional art and an unusual art, right? It's an unusual art form.
Some might even say it's a bit of a dying art, unfortunately, these days.
Really? Okay. I did not know that. I did not know that.
It's when it comes to like professional work, it's still as strong as ever. But when it comes to like hobbyists like myself, it's kind of struggling in that department.
That's interesting, because my traditional art, right, as oh, one second, I just got something wrong there. My traditional art is calligraphy, right? And calligraphy today is probably the healthiest it's been since, like, arguably ever. In like
That's
all
crazy.
of human history.
I think calligraphy probably has a much lower like initial investment.
Oh
in
my
terms
goodness!
of,
Yeah, the initial investment's nothing. The initial investment's $15.
Yeah, whereas if you want to like anything approaching comprehensive as far as like a starter pack you can find to get to stained glass, you're looking at like $200 at least, and that's not even like getting you much in the way of glass. That's just like the tools. So it's tough to get new people in. Plus, I think a lot of younger people these days live in apartments, and the tools are quite loud, and so that's another barrier to entry for a lot of people, I think.
And how space consuming are they?
Not as bad as you might think, but they're not small either.
Yeah.
Like if you have like a typical computer desk sized kind of table, that should be enough to cover you. But you know, not everyone even has room for like another whole table in their apartment or whatever.
Oh, yeah, I was literally just talking with Vex and Nano about this, that like the way I live is so constrained that going from a laptop to a desktop is the largest quality of life downgrade I've experienced in 20 years.
That's crazy.
Like, truly awful. Truly
just
awful
from
experience. Like,
is that just from like the additional space it takes up?
The additional space it takes up is like a huge component of it, and also like because of like the way that you kind of live when you live this kind of lifestyle, you need to be able to take your computer with you on, for example, the train.
True. Yeah. Okay.
That's just kind of like a bare minimum requirement, and taking my desktop on the train is not very practical, and I can't work on my desktop on the train. Like,
no, not at all.
You know, it's a huge downgrade for me. And and I was talking with Nagi last night, and she was talking about like 3D printers. She's like, oh yeah, like it's not that bad. Like it takes up some amount of space, but not as much as you might think. And then she shows me her setup for 3D printing, and it's the size of my entire apartment.
Like my brother has
like,
a 3D
printer. My bathtub. Like,
yeah, that's crazy. No, my brother has a 3D printer, and that he's managed to make it pretty compact as far as how much space it takes up in his apartment. He's got a decently large apartment though.
Yeah, fair. I feel like I've got a decently large apartment in the sense that like I can have a queen size bed, which like I've had multiple apartments where that was not. Period.
Yeah, I think I want to say they actually have a king size bed.
Yeah. My previous apartment, which I didn't even think was particularly bad until they built a nightclub on the first floor. That was bad. That was very bad. That
Oof.
apartment, I had a twin mattress that took up like a fairly significant percentage of the entire thing.
That's crazy.
The twin
That's so
mattress
much
touched
room.
3 walls.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's not even that's not the most cramped apartment I've lived in. Oddly, the most cramped apartment I've lived in wasn't even in New York, but I did live in an apartment where it was so cramped that if I got out of bed, I had to sit at my computer or go into the hallway. Literally 100% of the floor space was used.
That's crazy.
I
Holy
couldn't
cow.
even. And that's not including like my dressers, because my dressers weren't on the floor. I had to nail my dressers to the ceiling.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like hanging cupboards for storing clothing and stuff. That was the most cramped apartment I've lived in. That one was a tight fit.
Yeah, I'll bet. I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
Hanging cupboards to put your and like did you okay so I have to ask, did you use like just like a normal dresser drawer
No,
like
no, oh my god, that would have been such a disaster. No, I was using like kitchen cupboard.
Okay, that's not as crazy then. Okay,
it was still pretty crazy, but it was also like no, I feel like I've got a pretty decent apartment because like I have enough room for like 3 pots and pans. Yeah, it's yeah. That's why I was thinking about the space thing, right? Because like it like people are like, oh, it only costs like $200, and I'm like, yeah, but I need a bigger apartment. That'll cost like $200 to $400 more per month. So like the expense actually adds up incredibly fast for me getting anything like significant, for like me like getting lots of gadgets.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I do imagine that, but the sound thing is a really good point to make. The sound thing is a really good point to make.
Right.
I do kind of wonder, like, I wonder, like, kind of what causes the faddishness of different art forms. Because I started calligraphy before TikTok existed, I think. There was no TikTok 20, right?
True.
And but like there's a lot of people who make like TikToks and YouTube shorts and YouTube videos of calligraphy. Like that's actually fairly common. And like it's fairly easy to set up the cameras in a way that makes it compelling. People find the way that like the ink depositing and drying on the paper looks satisfying if you've got like a really deep focus on it. I'm not saying that you couldn't do this with stained glass. I'm just saying I don't see people doing it at all.
No, I think especially on I don't really frequent like many social medias, but there are a couple stained glass artists I know of, I should say, on YouTube who do like YouTube shorts primarily.
Yeah.
And so I've kind of dipped my toe into those waters as well.
It's yeah. I mean, shorts is an interesting world. That seems to be the most beloved medium of the moment.
Yeah, I think I haven't seen. I think the only thing is I've gotten some decent traction on my shorts. I have yet to see any like pass through to Twitch, however, yet.
I mean, we can talk about the back end strategy, but I stick with Lady Saffron's insight, which is that there's absolutely nothing you can put into a 30-second short that will make somebody want to stick around for a 6-hour stream. Just
fair point. Fair point.
And she's had some pretty successful shorts. She seems to have abandoned the format. I get it. I get it. We can talk a little more about that later. This back end business.
True. True.
But it's not art chat, it's business chat. But yeah, I do think it's kind of interesting to see which kind of art forms see these kind of revivals. And of course, like one of the things that I don't know how much this applies to stained glass. I'm wondering if it does at all. I'm wondering if there's any truth or meaning to this one. But I shouldn't say truth or meaning. I should say parallel. If there's a parallel. So in the case of sculpture, one of those things that like historians point out all the time is that the ancient Greeks did not use bare white marble as a medium. They just didn't. The statues that we have, those bare white marble statues, those very stark monochromatic statues, those had paint on them. And
yes.
We know they had paint on them because many of them, when we excavate them, have paint on them still. And even once the paint has been exposed to oxygen after thousands of years of sitting in the ground, once it's finally getting oxidized again, the paint falls off in like minutes to hours. Like it falls off, it decays really rapidly, but the excavators still record like that there was colored paint all over it.
That's crazy to think about.
It's crazy to think about, and like we enough of the paint remains that if with really good trace analysis we can figure out what the colors were. And so this is where I think it's really interesting is that so the medium that people have nowadays, I should say, and by nowadays I mean the last 200 years, so very generous definition of nowadays, right? Of making these bare white marble or concrete statues, monochromatic statues in this like ancient Greek style. That's a new art form. That is a new art form. It's actually a new invention, and I think that's kind of interesting. I like monochromes, so I think it's kind of just cool. But I do also recognize that there's like a whole like weird politics around it. Like, oh my god, there's a lot of weird politics around that one. And it's in stress out. It's actually one of those things that's kind of interesting. The thing about them being brightly colored is partially also that the trace analysis we do is not perfect. So the most famous exhibits of like this is what they looked like in the past actually gets criticized a lot by scholars because it only uses the most turbo-saturated version of the pigments. So everything comes across as like really flat.
Yeah, I can see that.
Right? Like, there's also like you'd also only capture the lowest layer of the paint. You wouldn't capture the upper layers, which would be where you would put your highlights and shaders.
True.
So it's kind of interesting. I think it's very interesting.
Suffice to say, we don't. Even with that kind of new revelation, we're still not entirely sure what they looked like originally, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're like there's like huge elements of it that become really interesting and weird. So, for example, the statue of Zeus. The statue of Zeus, one of the ancient wonders of the world, completely destroyed. Probably made heavily of wood.
Oh, interesting.
Because like I mean, you work with glass, right? So like you know that like the time consumption it takes to work in a carving medium is going to be a factor of how hard is the material you're carving.
Yeah.
If you were using similar tools on softer materials, it would go faster, right? These big statues of gods, you would clothe them. You would literally clothe them.
That doesn't seem as crazy to me as painting them for some reason.
So you'd clothe them, and so if it was a sufficiently big statue, why not the parts that are going to be always covered in clothing? Why not just make them out of wood?
Fair enough. Yeah. Although it does kind of. I know it's relatively speaking, it's a newer statue, but it does make one wonder what the Statue of David would look like in clothes.
That's pretty funny. I know that if I did like, I'm not enough of an artist, so I wouldn't be able to do it with my own my own two hands. But it would be fun to see somebody like doing the statue of David like dripped out various things. I threw his
with the supreme coat.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the supreme coat would be good. I think that Punk. I think that pose like
Punk David.
Yeah, I think that really poses. I think it would really work well with like really skinny pants and like a leather jacket with spikes on it. I think that would. I think that would go hard. I think that would go hard. Yeah, I mean, stress out. The wood was being used as a filler, functionally speaking. And so like some of the bigger statues that we found like are just like hands and head, with like a lot of the stuff in between like kind of blank. We've surmised, and literary sources have told us that they were using wood as like the parts that like nobody would see. Wood does have limitations, right? Wood does have limitations, but at least it's if you're in Greece, relatively cheap and much easier to work with. Also, I have not done hellos.
Yeah.
We're 30 minutes in and I have not done hellos, so apologies. First of all, Nando, thank you for the resub, and hello to me, hello to Saribot, hello Sheepy, hello Stressed Owl, hello Vexing Cats, hello Wande, hello Smormus, and welcome in. Good to see you, first time chatter, and Verisimilia, also welcome in. Verisimilla, thank you for the first time chat. Welcome in, and yes, it is interesting, right? That like, and it's one of those things that like is at an intersection of being like interesting and banal, which is one of my favorite types of insights about the past, about history, where the classical aesthetic is new, but that's also kind of always been the case. Like, and it's kind of also the only way it could have ever been. You can't really preserve traditions in a static way. All of your traditions have to be reflected through who you are now. You never have the thing itself. You only ever have the memory of the thing. And like all memories, the memory changes as you retell it, as you revisit, as you use it. It'll change and warp over time. And that's just the reality of life. And I know that I am a person who enjoys studying history and likes to do things the old way, right? I like doing calligraphy. I like baking bread by hand. I fix my own clothes periodically. I got a couple of things that need to be sewn up a little bit, some mending, and I'm being lazy about it. I'm looking forward to learning how to knit. I like doing things these like old hands-on way, but in no small part because they help me feel connected to the past and to people around the world.
I should get you a washboard for Christmas.
Oh my goodness, that's one of those ones that there's no ambiguity about being an improvement. There's no ambiguity about. And actually, in terms of gadgets, I do have a small like sink level washing machine. Absolutely one of the best purchases. Insane value. If you live in an apartment that doesn't have laundry hookups, it's worth spending the $200 instead of going to a laundromat every week. Insane value.
Just in terms of like the convenience of being able to wash in your own home has got to be crazy, right?
Yeah, especially and New York has kind of awful weather. Like,
see, I remember I've only ever been to New York in the summer, so I remember it being relatively like hot and humid. Actually,
no, it's awful. The summer's disgusting. It's so gross. Like, it's so gross. It's like being stuck in somebody else's armpit. Awful. So New York summer is the worst season of New York. It's so gross. But like last night we had snow that was 75% just rain. Like,
yeah, I saw you mention that in the Discord. Yeah,
hideous sleet, just absolutely sleeting. It's so gross. It looks like it got warm enough that it's not gonna stick, but like we're gonna have black ice all winter. Like it's yeah. And yeah, walking 3 blocks with all of your laundry over your shoulder on black ice is not pleasant. Doing it.
No, that sounds awful, actually.
Doing the same thing when it feels like the air itself is sweating on you. Also awful. Like,
yeah. That being said, if I could kind of reverse a little bit, because you seemed interested in the idea of the classical motif being actually a relatively modern thing,
Yeah.
and how that applies to stained glass. I will say, so obviously when it comes to stained glass, classically, it was all like almost all religious iconography, right?
Yes. So Stressed Owl was actually one of the people who mentioned this. Stressed Owl in the chat. I believe you're Russian.
I believe so. Yes.
That's one of the things that I've learned really interesting from the various Russians in this chat, that like the iconography restoration, how much of an important business and investment that is in Russia.
Yeah, well, I think especially even in across Europe as well. If you recall, there was that one story about a decade ago now of I think it was in Spain, that one lady tried to restore that fresco of I can't remember who it was. I think it was Jesus, and she did like a terrible job, and it was like this whole international incident.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And so I think there's probably some business to be had there regarding like the restoring of religious. Yeah, turn into a thumb. Yeah, Vera remembers it. Yeah. But I will say, when it comes to the classical, like at least aesthetic, it really hasn't changed much in stained glass for the past like 1,000 years. The methods by which people construct stained glass have obviously changed. But I think even then, like when it comes to the manufacturing of the glass itself, the last great innovations in that field were in like the 19th century.
Interesting.
And that largely has to do with a man by the name of Louis Comfort Tiffany. So if you ever, and so he ended up having a whole like there's a whole type of glass now that's been named after him.
Do go on. If somebody else comes here and does a history lecture, that's amazing. Keep going.
Yeah. So basically, I think, if I remember correctly, pioneered a new method of manufacturing the glass itself. Relation to Tiffany & Co. Yes, he started that company. And back in the 1830s, I want to say. So if you ever see like if you're ever looking at glass and you see like that it's been quote double rolled or whatever, that's like his kind of method, if I remember correctly, referring to literally between two rollers you kind of like slide the hot glass through and it makes like the thin sheets that you've probably seen. That was kind of his main method. But he was also an accomplished stained glass artist in his own right. And he kind of also pioneered like a style as well. Very, very big in the world of stained glass, Mr. Tiffany was. He also, I want to say he also worked in like jewelry as well. He's got some.
It would be strange if he did.
He's got some. Yeah, he's got some credentials there that I was familiar with. But that was that. But when it comes to that, that's probably the last like really big innovation that we've had in stained glass was way back then. And everything else has been just like, you do have some changes over the years in terms of like what becomes popular in terms of like textures and patterns and stuff. But that's just kind of generally trends that kind of come and go, you know. Nothing that has really been like monumental and lasting like what Tiffany did.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting. I did not think. I just assumed Tiffany was just made by a guy who happened to have a lot of money at the right time. And that was the whole of it.
Well, that certainly helped. I'm sure he had plenty of money to start doing what he did, but he actually did pioneer a number of innovations in the field. Yeah.
That's all right. No, that's oh, Lux,
Oh,
Lux. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Raiders. Oh my goodness. Hello, Lux. I was literally just in their chat. Luxurious Morningstar. Welcome in, Raiders. For those of you who do not know, Lux is an old friend of mine, and Lux was the first person to do the book chat. Was the very first person doing book chat. They presented Otaku, Japan's database animals.
Okay, I thought that was them. Okay,
Yeah,
I didn't want to speak out of turn, but
yeah.
I thought that name was familiar. Yeah,
Yeah,
welcome in, Raiders.
Yeah. I am joined here by Grimm Glassman, and we are going to be talking about it's the glass guy. It's the glass guy.
It's me.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about the Black Prism. The Black Prism. Let me go through the introductions here for a second. First of all, hello Hisoria. Hello Lux. Hello other raiders who are lurking. I actually forgot to say this in my earlier hellos. Hello to the lurkers and the VOD watchers. Very important to say hello to them. And Kapayako _ thank you for the follow. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. We are going to at some point discuss and Yusuve, welcome in. We are going to discuss The Black Prism by Brent Weeks, but for the moment we are discussing our shared interest in traditional arts. Grimm makes stained glass, as mentioned, and I do calligraphy. Calligraphy is my art form of choice.
Yeah.
I actually just got new paper yesterday, and I'm excited to try it out for the next stream.
That's an interesting question. There's a lot of groundswell around the inks you use and the pens you use in calligraphy, but I don't hear much in the way of talk about how the effect that the paper has on the art.
Which is interesting because I think it's very important, and it's actually the part of the art. This is the part of my materials where I feel the most need to kind of change things right now, because my traditional supplier has declined in quality substantially.
That's unfortunate.
And there's some disagreement about this because I thought I was imagining things, and then I talked to Vex, and she's like, "No, they've gone down in quality." But Niano doesn't think they've gotten any worse. So it's interesting. But Niano doesn't do calligraphy. Niano does just fountain pen writing, and so the problems that you notice a little bit less. With also Lux, I know you don't really need me to tell you this because you're smarty pants. But if you need to raid and run, that is extremely acceptable. You know this to be true. I know this to be true. Rest up, get some water. If you want to stick around and listen, no, I would love that, but you are under absolutely no obligation. I know that we tend to end our streams when we are tired and hungry and need to take a shower. So, raiding and running is, I consider very nice. Don't worry about it. But yes. So, yeah, I use Pilot Parallels, and I use mostly Iroshizuku, which are by the same company. So Pilot, the pen company that makes like those gel pens that you use, the G7.
Oh, okay, yeah.
G7 is phenomenal for what you're paying. Holy crap! Like you need to go to Fountain Pens to get an upgrade from a G7. Like you're not going to find a better ballpoint type pen than Pilot. They're insane. But so I use Pilot Parallel, same company, and Iroshizuku is their ink arm. Their high-end ink arm. And I've been using Rhodia paper. And so you asked about what effect does the paper have. Which again, also, the calligraphers are all very fussy about. The pens were actually not very fussy about. Interesting.
Okay. Huh.
Because I'm using Pilot Parallels, which have an advantage in convenience, but have a disadvantage in that they sometimes cause a toothing effect that is not the most pleasant to look at.
Okay.
You see it if I use the 6mm, which I don't use very often, but I can show it to you at some other what it looks like. And then I'm using fountain pen inks, which are not traditional calligraphy inks, and they have a couple of limitations. Mostly they're like more liquidy. They're thinner. Which leads into the problem that happens with different types of paper, which is the biggest things are going to vary between papers that I always notice. I should say. Not that everybody notices, but that I really notice is feathering and bleed.
Okay.
So bleed you probably understand pretty conceptually easily, right? Like you write on a piece of
It's,
paper.
and it bleeds through, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it goes to the next page on the pad. And there's ways to make that like less of an issue, but like at the end of the day, eventually if the bleed is bad enough, you get to the point where you have to worry about tearing the paper. While you're writing, if it's like really bad. But bleeding and feathering are very related things, and paper that tends to bleed a lot also tends to feather a lot. And so have you ever done like watercolor on like bad paper?
Oh God, not in a long time.
But I'm just asking, so what paper is, right? Paper is plant fibers, mashed up, mulched, and pressed so that they form a random lattice of overlapping fibers. And that's how a paper coheres together. Is like the plant fibers are in these random directions overlapping onto each other. And this is how you can tell if you're looking at papyrus instantly, because papyrus isn't a grid.
Okay.
Yeah, papyrus will always be in a grid because it's not mulched at any point. It's just literally thin layers of the inside of the one plant. So it's always going to be like that. I'm just I need to my own name again. What is my microphone? I think I actually suspect what my microphone is doing is awful. I think my microphone is trying to outsmart OBS and recomp on top of what OBS is doing.
Interesting. Okay.
Automation. So yes, that's so the plant. So papyruses are they're always from one plant, and it's always however the plant grow. And so the fibers are going to be on a square grid, and paper is going to be randomized because you just mulch up the wood pulp or the plant or other plant fibers that you're using. Traditionally, you would actually use cotton rag. Was the older method, and then press them and blah blah blah. And then you get paper. You get sheets of paper. And so if the paper is feathering, if the ink is feathering on your paper, which will happen as Stress Alice says, it's also partially a matter of what the inks you're using are. The ink will spread out on the page following the fibers. And it will look like little, like, it'll actually look kind of like cracks in glass. Yeah. It'll actually kind of have a similar kind of appearance to that, where it's like this kind of spider webby looking thing emanating out from your points of contact.
I can see that, yeah.
And it'll tend to be worst at, I think it depends on like how you write. For me, it'll tend to be worst on near the areas where I lift my pen, because I tend to slow down towards the end of my strokes.
So you kind of let out a little extra ink, I would say.
And sometimes also at the start of strokes, because sometimes I'll be like double checking myself at the very start of a stroke, like checking the grip of the nib on the pen, and that'll deposit more ink. So like the start and end of strokes, you tend to get a little bit more. I at least tend to get a little bit more deposit on the page, so I'll see more feathering there. And it's not something you want, right? You especially not with Gothic, which has been my script of choice for the last couple of weeks or months. Where Gothic is supposed to look very sharp and clean. And the feathering really interferes with that. And so that's the biggest thing with the paper, at least from my perspective. There's also questions about sheen and drying time. Drying time is related. I tend to not worry too much about drying time. Because to me, there's like 3 types of drying time. It dries so fast I don't have to think about it. There's I need to not change the page for about 2 to 3 minutes, which is where the current paper I have is at. And then there's like, this sheet of paper needs to rest somewhere for like 20 plus minutes before I can do anything with it, which was a thing that I had to worry about when I was doing more Japanese calligraphy, because washi is very thin.
Okay.
And it's thin enough that, first of all, like, the ink will take a while to dry because you're using brushing, and it's like brushing deposits really heavily. But the paper is also very thin to the point where, as the ink dries, it will cause the paper to shrink.
Oh.
But only obviously
that makes sense.
Yeah, but also only the parts where the ink was deposited, so it will create this awful crinkling effect across the entire thing as it dries. So if you're doing Japanese calligraphy work on traditional washi, you will develop a setup where you'll take like newsprint and heavy books, and like you'll put your completed works in between layers of newsprint, and then put them underneath a pile of heavy books. Press them flat and hold them flat while they dry. Yeah, neat little technique there.
Fascinating.
Right, with kalam. I don't know kalam. No kalam. But yeah, I am kind of... That's kind of interesting. Like, there hasn't been a lot of changes in different calligraphy styles over the years. And obviously, I am, like, specifically trying to be... oh, you mean... okay, so just I was referring to Arabic calligraphy. Arabic calligraphy is super cool. I don't speak Arabic at all, so I would really struggle with it.
It is cool though.
It is super cool. So they've got the coolest calligraphy tradition. It's undeniable. I think as much as I do Western calligraphy, I think of the major calligraphic traditions, it's actually kind of the weak one. The Japanese tradition is super cool, and the Arabic one, just the fucking king. Turkish one's also crazy, but it's functionally from the same tradition as the Arabic one. And your fair, but I would feel weird about it. Yeah, so it's a very... It's like I tend to focus on very traditional styles because I am in no small part trying to connect with the past and feel connected to the past, and like think about how people used to do things and used to live and used to read and write. And I will not lie, the main lesson I've learned is not actually very interesting, which is, yeah, there's a good fucking reason why they gave up Gothic. It's hard to read, man. It's really
you think so?
Yes. I don't have the hand camera set up at all right now because I'm doing some experiments with the setup, but yeah, man, I should really be posting the what minimum looks like in Gothic more often because it's unreadable.
Interesting.
It's super illegible. Minimum is the meme for calligraphers for the reason.
You know what? Yeah. Now I'm looking at some.
Yeah.
At some right now, and I see what you mean.
Yeah. I know. Like even compared to like older scripts, like Carolinian, it's a nightmare. Carolinian minuscule, substantially easier to read. And yeah, it's super. It's a super interesting thing to like deal with all this old crap, and see how it affects the way you think about things, the way you handle things, and how you think about things. And it's certainly interesting, and the probably more interesting insight is just that there's a lot of when you read an actual old text from the Middle Ages, they'll use a bunch of different overlapping styles in the same work.
Okay.
And it's fairly clear that a lot of why they chose which style to use for which parts of it was heavily guided by the more laborious parts get used for the more important parts.
Okay, I
Uh,
can see the logic there.
yeah, you know, you'll see the most fancy letter on the page will be the first letter of the page. And then fairly typically the first line will be in a higher prestige script, and then subsequent lines will be in lower prestige scripts that are faster to write.
Fascinating.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's cool stuff. It's cool stuff. So we are about an hour in, so I think we can stop holding people in suspense and go over to talking about the book.
Sure, sounds good to me.
All right, all right. So here we are. Here we are. We are going to be talking about the Black Prism, and thank you, Grimm, for putting up what I think is what to me is the common order of business, which is I have absolutely no care about spoilers. I am going to spoil everything. I don't care.
Right.
We're
That's
maximum
more for
spoilers.
the benefit of the audience. I would
No,
say.
and I mean
Yeah.
it's worth saying. I try to tell people that, but I sometimes forget, and I forgot today. So that's so you know. So
It
yeah,
happens.
so
It
full
happens.
spoilers. We're full spoilers mode here. If you care about spoilers for what was it, the 2008 book?
08, oh no, it's a little later than that, I think. I think the author started writing around that time, 2010, so not quite.
Okay, so early Obama era.
Yeah.
Doing something I meant that if I was smart, I would have done at the very start of stream. Affiliate link. So yeah, we're doing full spoilers for this one. This is it's 2000. We can get started. We can start. Just tell me when you want to go to the next slide.
Sure. Well, I think now is a good time to move to the next one because I think it starts pretty simply with me and who I am. I did introduce myself lightly earlier, but
Yeah.
to give you a little bit more insight into my background, I of course I'm a stained glass artist, as I try to tell everybody. That's kind of my main thing. I am also a mahjong enthusiast, much to the chagrin of many of my friends who I continue to pester to play with me. Perhaps less known, but I'm also very much into fighting games. I've been in, a friend of mine got me into them about a decade ago now, I want to say, and they're one of my great joys in life. I haven't played in a while, so I'm probably currently playing FF14. So if any of y'all in the chat are interested and are also on the EU data server, by all means, hit me up and we can do some raids together. And I'm a huge fan of VTubers.
Yeah.
I think that's obviously I'm here on a VTuber stream, and generally, not always, but generally, people who are VTubers are usually also fans of VTubers.
I mean, this is one that this one's always fun to me because me and Grimm and I have talked about this fairly extensively, just because it's funny. Which is I'm not really a VTuber fan. And you're not the only person I've had this kind of conversation with, and I'm not the only person who you know who is like me, who's a person who like saw VTubing as an avenue to do the type of performing art I wanted to do,
Yeah.
rather than being a fan of the medium first. And so like you and John Ken are just like, what's wrong with you? Why do you not know these things like all the time? John Ken's
Well,
like,
and
John Ken's way
I
more
think
forceful about it than you are. You're much more polite about it, but you are definitely like, how do you not like,
Well, it's weird to me too because in my view, a lot of these things are just like, if you know about VTubers, then these are the things you know about, right?
mhm.
Um,
Yeah,
Whereas you seem to come at it, and interestingly enough, you and like Akudama are kind of similar in this regard.
and Vex, I think.
And Vex, although I think maybe to a little lesser extent, because I think Vex um will just like hear about a VTuber and she's more prone to just look into them
Mhm.
just because she's heard about them.
Yeah,
Um but I think generally the VTubers you're a fan of are much more like you tend to gravitate much more to the indies side
absolutely,
of
absolutely,
it.
absolutely.
Whereas I very much come from the corpo side
Yeah,
originally. Although as time has progressed, I've gotten a lot more into indies lately, and just smaller streamers in general.
I mean, yeah, I came into this world via the indie. Uh, I I've never really seen much of an appeal to trying to get into the corp, like enjoying corpo side. Um,
Well, I
yeah,
think the corpo side I kind of fell into incidentally. I should say is that I don't typically enjoy them due to the fact that they are corpo. It's more just like I found these VTubers and they just happen to be corpo VTubers, you know.
mhm. Okay, okay,
And that was just kind of my introduction to the whole thing. Back in like 2021 when the VTuber boom was still going strong, and that was in many ways I think led by a lot of the corpo scene.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. But yeah, and yeah, currently in the FF14 death spiral. Really choosing the suffer core. Really choosing the suffer core. Oh my goodness. Okay, so
Yeah.
this is the first time anybody's redeemed Flip the Lights in forever. And it's broken right now. Because OBS is broken. So hold on. I think I can do this.
Not
I
sure. I'm not even sure what this redeem does. I don't.
it changes the lighting effects on the overlay. And on me. So I just need to
Interesting.
find the damn thing. Um oh, and it's actually messed up right now. It's actually messed up right now because I made some changes. Nice. So it would be messed up anyway. Mostly it's I just lower the brightness. That's far. Uh, on that and that one. Oh, and it killed it. Thanos snapped.
Like, I'm
There you
I'm
there
dead.
you're back. Real Thanos snapped you. Uh, yeah, the romantic atmosphere. Um, makes the visuals pop a little bit higher, a little bit heavier. I
Okay.
should actually
Okay.
go back to my dashboard though and refund it back because I didn't actually follow the specs.
It was Owl
No, I
who
did
did
it for
that.
Owl. I didn't do it for Vex. I did it. I think what Vex is
Oh, I
wrong, so
didn't
I just went
realize. I
for.
didn't see that Vex had done it.
I am being a slob because I've automated everything so much that I don't usually have to worry about it. Uh, uh,
Me, I'm so bad about doing redeems. I'm currently sitting on 74,000 of your channel points, and
oh no, that means that you're close.
I'm like, but see, here's the thing: is that I'm probably not even gonna do the hydrate because like now that I have so many, I don't want to spend them. You know.
I understand completely. That makes perfect sense to me. That makes perfect. Uh, but yes. So yes, you're a fan of VTubers, you're a fan of fighting games, you're a fan of stained glass. And I don't think your living location is something that you worry about as like a doxable thing. I should have asked this. Because I know
No,
Meg would be.
no,
Okay. Uh,
no.
so one of those things that I think is a little bit cute about me and Grim actually know each other quite well. I don't know if this is apparent to people who like watch the channel, but me and Grim are in Discord a lot. Like we talk a lot.
Mm, yeah.
he's somebody who I'm actually like a lot more
Oh,
confident than it might be
I
apparent.
disappeared again, and now I'm back again. Oh, what's
Yeah, it's being
happening
very
again?
weird. I think it's a connection issue on OBS side. I think OBS is being a baby. Uh, it hasn't canceled, it hasn't killed the stream, and it's dropped literally 0 frames. So I'll take it. But
I don't know what to tell you.
FPS is dropping like crazy. Um, okay, yeah, this is a problem that's going to require an entire system reset. So we're just gonna have to do it. There is a problem that will
Damn,
require an entire system reset.
it'd be like that sometimes.
It'd be like that sometimes, and usually I'm better about keeping my runtime low. But yes, this one of the things that I find kind of cute and funny about comparing me and Grimm's experiences as Americans is that we have like the two opposite types of American experiences in terms of like geography. Uh, oh, did I lose Grim?
Could you?
Because you moved
Yeah, it
from
looks like I
California to
disappeared again.
Texas. You moved from
Yeah.
California to Texas, and I moved from the Midwest to New York.
Okay.
I've lived my
Interesting.
entire life in the Northeast, to some extent or another, depending on I think that I'm probably pushing it on that one. I think like Minnesota's probably pushing it to say the Northeast, and South Dakota would be right out. But I'm a Northeast guy. I'm a Northeast guy. And I've traveled all around the Northeast, and I've traveled a lot, and I've moved a lot, but it's all been in the Northeast. I've never actually lived south of the Mason-Dixon line.
Hmm.
Uh,
And well, this is actually a relatively new thing for me. Because most of my I have also traveled a lot around the country, but that was mostly in the Southwest.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're the
Um,
Southwest guy, and I'm the Northeast guy. Yeah,
yeah.
the yin and
So
yang of America.
and nothing. I think it's kind of I suppose ironic that that's the case because I fucking hate the desert. And there's the Mojave is probably my least favorite place on the planet, and I've spent like way more time there than probably the average person.
I mean, I fully suspect that most of us have spent most people on this planet have spent very, very little time there. And um I certainly have. Like I've been to Mojave. I actually nearly died in the
Damn. Okay.
um okay, Vex, you should have your channel back. It took me forever to figure out how to do that because I don't normally have to do that. Yeah, I was in the Mojave when I was very little, when I was a baby. And I got severely dehydrated. Had to be rushed to the hospital.
And that'll happen out there. Yeah.
I don't remember this at all. I was a baby. I was an actual baby. Turns out old man was once young man.
Funny how that happens.
At some point, the youngest kind of man, a baby. But yeah, it was. But yeah, so I do think that's particularly ironic that you lived in an area that you fucking hate, because I have lived in the Northeast in no small part because I hate being hot. I hate being hot.
Yeah, same.
And now you're in
Which
Texas.
is funny that I live in Texas now
Yeah, Texas is one
because
of the most famously awfully hot areas of the country.
but I would much rather be cold generally. That being said, I think having to live with snow is one thing that kind of prevents me from wanting to move up north, because that seems like a whole other pain in the ass that I don't really want to deal with either.
I think that's fair. I will say that we actually don't have, like, I live in New York, a famously wet, famously cold city. We have like 3 days of snow. Like, I've not shoveled snow once.
Okay.
I've shoveled
Okay.
snow a lot in my life. but never. But like between global warming and the city heat effect, it's not been a significant factor.
Interesting.
Yeah.
New York City, I have been to a couple times, and it always struck me as a place I like visiting, but I don't know if I'd want to live there just because it's so busy.
Yeah.
And that stresses me out personally.
That's fair. That's fair. I will say I actually like living here more than visiting here. The parts that like we shuttle tourists to are just like the inarguably worst parts of the city. Like they just suck.
That's interesting.
They just suck. I don't know how this happened. I live in a sleepy little residential area where I can walk to like 10 grocery stores and 5 laundromats and 3 drugstores. I can walk to the post office. The only thing I can't walk to that I need to use in a year is my dentist, and that's just because I like a particular dentist who lives in a different borough. That's
totally reasonable too.
Yeah,
I think
I think that's fair.
I think picking a dentist you like is very important.
Yes. Do not skip out on the dentist. Skipping out on the dentist pays interest. Yeah, stressed out. I'm actually reminded. So to give it a sense of how bad the weather can get in the Midwest, when I was living in one of the very flat states, I knew a Ukrainian man who had grown up in Mozambique, and he said that it was simultaneously hotter than Mozambique and colder than Ukraine.
Wow.
it would spend over a week at -30 every single year.
Although Mozambique, if I recall, is actually pretty far south, isn't it?
Oh yeah, no, Mozambique's in the other tropics.
Yeah,
it's tropical though. Like it's
okay. It's just northeast of South Africa. That's right. Okay.
Yep. But yes.
So I'd imagine, the heat down there probably doesn't get as bad as it does like closer to the equator, I would imagine, right?
Oh, I mean, not as bad, but still, it's pretty. Mozambique's pretty rough on that front. Anyway, we have not spent very much time on. Let's get to the book.
Sure.
Yeah. So next slide about the author.
Yeah. So the author is goes by the name of Brent Weeks. This I to be fair, he's pretty private about personal details, so there's not a lot about him out there. That being said, this is an old picture of him. He is bald now. This is like
picture, I've got to say.
What would you say?
An unflattering picture.
It's like the most recent one that I could find.
Oh wow! He does not like having his photo taken because he looks like he is he is cracking from sunburn.
Yeah. But yeah, he's 47 now, as I said in there. His debut novel was in 2009, which is surprising to me because that would mean he wrote like that trilogy before. Because he wrote a trilogy and then he wrote the Black Prism. So I guess he did what you always tell people not to do, which is he probably wrote most of the trilogy before publishing even the first book. Which is interesting in retrospect. And he was originally from Montana, and he now lives in Oregon. And that about sums up all I know about the author himself. He is a very private person. There's not a lot of info out there about him.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, I think I would be a dick about my privacy if I became at all successful in this way. Actually, kind of already am. So, like, and I'm not famous at all. So that's I get it. This does tell me something kind of interesting about the guy, which is the book draws a lot of attention to eye color and hair color. And a thing that's emphasized
that is relevant to other things, but yeah.
Yeah, well, the part I was going to bring up here is that one of the things that they talk often about both blue eyes and red hair, and they're associated with an ethnic group that none of our major characters are from, and that several of the major characters find kind of weird to look at.
Yes.
And like they're outstanding and unusual traits. Uh, so um, that is interesting. Like he looks like a character that in his universe is part of a small and not particularly powerful minority.
True. Yeah.
So,
Although I will say it's generally seen as, I guess, kind of a weakness in terms
yeah,
of the magic.
yes, it is. It is. Yeah,
To
the
have
skin
those
tone.
kinds of the skin tone and but even the eye color being lighter.
No, that's seen as a strength because it gets you get to draw in more light. Actually, more power. You want to somehow have the weird combination of the Toni Morrison special of blue eyes and black skin. That's the perfect.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
It does allow others to see what color you draft by looking in your eyes. However,
yeah, but
more
that's
easily. But we'll get to that later.
we'll get to that later. So yes, the world, the world.
So the world is divided into seven what are called satrapies,
Yeah.
basically provinces, or I guess they're kind of like sovereign nation states in their own right, but they all answer to the central government that resides on. If you look in the, I guess, southeast of the sea, there's two islands that are conjoined. That's where kind of the central government resides. And each of these seven nations kind of occupy a sort of federation, I guess you could call it.
Yeah, it's being the history nerd, the government that it made me think the most of in terms of historical governments would be the Zhou dynasty of China. Uh,
Interesting. Okay.
so very tiny history lesson here. The first imperial dynasty of China is the Qin dynasty. Famous. China is united by Qin Shi Huangdi in 200 BC. The Zhou dynasty is before them. And how does that work? How is there an imperial dynasty if the country's not united? Well, the Zhou dynasty has a very loose feudal control over all of the constituent kingdoms that make up the Zhou dynasty, which towards the end was seven. For a lot of its history, it was quite a bit. And at some notional semi-mythological point in the past, theoretically the Zhou dynasty was like actually in control and was like actually the power. But by the later parts of the Zhou dynasty and most famous, and especially by the Warring States era, the Zhou dynasty is functionally a very tiny religious sector, not that dissimilar from like the Papal States. That everybody else answers to as being the proper religious head of China and the proper spiritual head of everything that happens in China, but proves itself to be completely incapable of stopping any of the constituent kingdoms from annexing the other constituent kingdoms, which is a kind of bare minimum necessity to being the guy in charge. Right? Like, if Texas just annexed Oklahoma and the federal government wasn't even able to do anything about it, that would be pretty damning.
Yeah, I think there was kind of an issue with that early on in our nation's history, wasn't there?
There was a yeah, there was a we've had some robustly established legal precedent on these questions.
Yeah, yeah.
But yes, so the Chromaria has these religious and economic and legal roles in society that do not translate into sovereign authority. The Chromaria is not actually the sovereign authority over these over their constituent members.
Right.
You know, the and they call it satrapies, by the way. Is that's I believe that's Farsi is where satrap comes from. Uh,
Oh, okay. Interesting.
yeah, satraps would be so like the Persian Empire had satraps, um and so Alexander's empire also adopted this mechanism for the 5 years that it actually existed, and so on. And it's they're governor general.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
Depending on the specific system, they may or may not be hereditary, but they're somewhat less like formal and stable than like a duke, but definitely not just like a governor that's like trivially up. Like
Mm.
they're usually hereditary, but not strictly speaking hereditary, and uh, they're emphasizing satrap to distinguish them from being like independent king, which is a thing that comes up in
It does come up, yeah.
the
So yeah, that's
That's what it
I
looks
guess a good kind of overview of it, right?
like. Um, well, and this reminds
I
me of
think
there's an extremely minor detail in this, which is this takes place on this apparently takes place on a globe. They don't ever say it explicitly, um, and they'd be in the southern hemisphere. Uh,
is that the case? That was never obvious to me reading it.
there are two things. One is that the Blood Forest is the coldest province,
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
and
Okay.
Atash and Tyria are the more tropical ones. The other one, it was the one that was like, oh, it has to. That was like really confirmed it to me, was that sunlight comes in from the north. The north side of buildings is the sunnier side.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it has to be.
That all kind of went over my head in particular. I just kind of
um,
I tend to immerse in that this is the known world to me, and I
um,
don't I don't think too much about unless it comes up in the plot. I tend not to think about
I was just like one of
what
those things.
could be outside of this map.
I just like whenever I hear something that like it's like I'm like, wait a second, what? I always think about it a little bit harder. And one of them was like, oh yeah, they made sure that all of the buildings for light vendors face northward.
That's
Like
such a
which is more fun.
funny way to put it, but yeah.
Yeah. uh, yeah. So this is what the world looks like in a physical sense. And yeah, so these various kingdoms have their relationships, and the um it's most of the story takes place in the north, in Tyria.
Yes.
Tyria
Yeah.
is the
I
main
would say like 90% of the book takes place between the Crimeria itself and Tyria. Yeah.
yeah. um I think they literally never set foot in. Actually, I think they might literally never set foot in any of Atash, Blood Forest, Ruthgar, or Pariah, or Alita or Arbornia. I think they literally never set.
Yeah. Yeah. Those places come up more in the later books in the series, but
Yeah.
for our purposes, it's basically just Big Jasper and Tyria that are the important locations.
Um, so let's keep going.
Sure, sure.
So on the next slide, our main character.
Yes, we have. I would say, in my estimation, we have two main characters. We have a couple of deuterogonists here.
All right.
That would be Kip and Gavin in my estimation. Kip is very how do you say pitiful?
Yeah.
Um, which is I think kind of the point because he very much grows into someone who could be called a hero over the course of the whole series. But in the first book, he's pretty pathetic for most of it. And Gavin, on the other hand, is essentially almost like Kip's opposite
Mm-hmm.
in a lot of ways, where he's very, like I said, confident and self assured. He's very he had a wealthy upbringing, whereas Kip was very impoverished growing up. Um, and I guess I don't know when would be a good time to delve into the secret identity aspect of Gavin's character.
Well, let's just start with let's just leave with saying so yeah, Kip has this horrible upbringing. He hates himself. Uh, Gavin is like the most blessed man on the planet. Um, and I guess we'll probably have to talk about um, not just the plot, but also like some more of the background of the setting to get into like what stands out about Gavin. But the point is that Gavin is at the peak of his life and has basically always been on an upward ascent from a very he started very high and has only ever gone up.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Some of the characters are quite a few of the characters actually are openly bitter about how lucky Gavin has been.
Yeah. So he has a lot of enemies, political and otherwise, because of that.
Yeah. So we got our secondary characters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Karis is so Karis has known Gavin their whole lives. And
basically, yeah.
That's really the tie-in is like Karis is Karis has this really long, intimate, frustrating relationship with Gavin. Liv knew Kip for a few years, and so Liv and Kip are from the same shitty, benighted backwater, and they both end up going to the same magic. They both go to Hogwarts, and Liv goes there a couple years before Kip.
Yeah. And I would say it's decent enough to point out that I thought I had included this, but Liv grew up in a much less impoverished way than Kip did.
Kip had a really rough one.
Kip had a really rough childhood.
They're from the same shitty backwater, but like Liv is from a working class family, by which I mean has a working class dad and a dead mom. Kip's mother is Kip's father is not in the picture, because Gavin. And
right.
Kip's mother is a openly abusive drug addict.
Pretty much, yeah.
Has the kind of like horrible childhood that like you just like sometimes hear about, like a top 1% worst childhoods kind of situation.
Yeah, I think there was that one section of the book where Kip described how his mom locked him in a cupboard while she went out to look for more drugs, and while he was in this cupboard, he was assaulted by rats.
Yeah.
That is like Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's a rough one. It's a rough one. He does not have a good time. And I mean, it sticks with him, right? It sticks with him.
Yeah, well, I think that's a large part of why he's so self-loathing, for sure. It has to do with his upbringing, first and foremost, I would say.
Yeah.
So here I included some terms that are, I guess, good to remember if you're planning on reading the book, because they come up a lot, particularly drafter, which are essentially just mages or light benders, as you said. That's hilarious.
I mean, thank you, Avatar: The Last Airbender, for allowing us to make every other magic seem silly.
And Luxin is a term that comes up a lot, which is a physical substance most of the time. That is created when you draft. The Chromaria, as mentioned earlier, is kind of the central government, but also Hogwarts.
It's very. I think to me it felt very based on the papacy. I do think that the relationship with the Zhou dynasty still feels more correct, but it is like very much like a feudal thing, or even like the Imperial Japan, right?
Well, but you could say that Gavin being the Prism is like a very Pope-like
It's very
figure.
Pope. It's very Pope. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very Pope. Oh, Noodles redeemed Almantas. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Streamerbot can't connect to OBS right now, Noodle, so apologies. I have to do these things manually. But yes, where's that one?
While you're fussing with that, I think I might continue on here a little
Go
bit.
ahead, go ahead. I fixed it. All right, I don't. Good.
We also have terms such as breaking the halo, which is something of an idiom in the setting, which has to do with. So I guess when you're a drafter, there's only so much you can draft in your life before you kind of reach your own physical limit. And then once you have kind of broken that limit, you do what's called breaking the halo. And after you do that, you become what is referred to as a color white, where you generally kind of go insane and get kind of consumed by your color or colors.
Yeah. So
and color whites are known to like incorporate Luxin into their bodies in various ways. So they often have a pretty crazy appearance.
speed running the background on how this works. There's 7 colors in the rainbow that they use, and they're including they're discarding violet, but they're including ultraviolet and infrared.
Yes.
And some people have the ability to, they call it drafting, and it's bending. It's actually even like more informal than bending. You don't have to like learn spells. You don't read things out of a spell book and like memorize complicated rituals. If you just have the talent, you can just kind of grab the color like out of the things that you see. You can kind of like grab the energy of that color and make spells out of it, and different colors are good for different types of spells, but you really just kind of do it out of pure desire and will.
Out of pure willpower, which is why I like to bring up the comparison with like how Green Lanterns work. Actually,
yeah, that's actually good. That's actually good. Yeah, it's I totally forgot about Green Lantern. Like Green Lantern's an excellent comparison. It's well, and it's in MTG, like there are spells. Like Urza like learn spells and stuff like that. These are just like, if you want to make a fireball and you can draft red or infrared, you just kind of like have to see something that's got red or infrared, and then you just go like, and then you do it, right? It's
yeah. That's an important distinction, though, is you have to be able to see the color that you want to draft.
I am going to refuse to learn more about the Magic the Gathering setting than anything that was after like 1992. I refuse. Which is probably a bad thing for me to say out loud, because that now means that I've functionally invited somebody on here to make me read something from like 2015 I don't want to read. Yeah, it's very implicit casting, which is why I keep on saying bending, but I think the Green Lantern's actually an even better example of it, right? It's the color just is kind of almost like an extension of your body.
Yeah, and very, very much so. In fact, it kind of originates from within the body. As you see, the skin will become tinged with whatever color you're drafting before you actually render the Luxin, right? So it's
and it always comes
it's
off
very.
Of it's never like you can't like nobody like they never say that people like remote using Luxin. Like they have to have like a cord to the stuff that they're using.
Yeah, it always originates from the body.
Yeah, you can throw it, but you can't like it will be attached to you up until you release it. Like you can't just like manipulate blades of grass that you can see. You see the blades of grass, and then you make the green Luxin in yourself, and then you do things.
Exactly.
And so the probably the most important kind of do you talk? I didn't see what, I don't remember what you put on your slides. I remember like reading the order of them, but Okay, so we're talking about the color magic and stuff. We're talking about the color magic.
Yeah,
Okay.
which is my, I guess, favorite aspect of the book, because
Okay.
as I've said, I'm a sucker for whatever I find to be like a cool magic system. And I think I initially read this book when I was like 16, something like that.
Okay.
So it was very I guess formative in that regard in terms of my kind of love of magic systems. Although it had, I think, a bigger impact on me than that at the time. But yeah, so I think something that's interesting to me is that Luxon is very often described by its scent, both by its texture, by its scent.
Yeah, they do mention scent fairly frequently, and underlying resin it smells like Luxon always smells like resin, is what they always say.
Yeah, it always smells like resin plus something else, except for blue.
Yeah.
Blue kind of just smells like resin.
Yeah. And to the extent that the kind of interesting thing in this is that these all kind of have personality traits associated with them.
Yes, which I go into a little bit on the next slide.
Oh,
actually.
That's on the next slide. That's on the next slide. Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So, colors and their effects on the psyche. Yeah.
Yeah, so you'll find that not only do drafters of various colors tend to have various personality traits that are associated with the colors, but actually drafting the color will have some kind of effect on your emotional state, your thinking, and that is typically resolved as you see here. Most commonly described as green, because that's most of what Kip drafts throughout the book.
Yeah.
And he's a very new drafter, so it's remarked upon that new drafters tend to have a lot of trouble kind of managing the effects that the colors have on them.
Yes, that's
so he very much kind of lets the green, the wildness of the green as it's described, kind of take over at a couple points in the book,
which is very out of character for him. Like as established, like his established character is frankly very submissive.
Yeah, which, and so it's very profound, the effect that it can have on you, right? But yeah, I think so most of this I took out of actually the appendix at the back of the book.
Because I don't remember some of these showing up in description in the actual text. And I finished it yesterday, so like
yeah. I also did a reread. I finished a couple days ago. Because most of these aren't described in as much detail, particularly as green and I guess red a little bit. Because Karis is a green-red drafter. Or Karis, I'm not sure how to say it, honestly.
Yeah, maybe a silent Kari.
Oh, perhaps. There's a lot of kind of more exotic names.
There's a lot of fantasy name traditions. Yeah, so the some of the stuff is really not mentioned particularly in, like, the men are sterile was not mentioned at all in the text.
Yeah, that was in the that's exclusive to subreds, I should say.
Yes, subreds. And yellow, this was also not mentioned. The intellectual and observant, that was like not. So what little we see of the yellow, we see very little yellow use, and it seems to be kind of like playful. What we see.
A little bit. I think the yellow Luxon in itself is often referred to in a playful manner because it's bubbly, it's fizzy.
Yeah, it's fuzzy, it's liquid, it's effervescent.
Yeah. Whereas according to the appendix anyway, yellow drafters tend to be a lot more intellectual, which I find interesting. There's not many yellow drafters that are present in the first book at all, honestly.
No,
except for Liv, who is
like 1%
not
yellow.
The most. Yeah,
99% super violet.
Yeah. So it's a cool novel with Johannes Itten ideas at this point. I'm not familiar with that name.
I don't know this. Clear percent. Okay, but yes. Did a message get dropped? But yes. They've got these personality traits, and Blue gets talked about a lot because the characters who end up in the most trouble relating to drafting focus on Blue a lot, and so we meet several characters who have actually gone psychotic from overuse of Blue, and you know, the psychosis that you develop, right? Because we mentioned that like you seem to have a sort of limited lifetime mana for you for doing
Right.
for doing magic, right? You're born with a certain amount of MP. The way that they put it is more like using the drafting uses up willpower, and the more when you use it, it damages you, and the extent of that damage is a factor of how much willpower you use.
Right. Yeah.
So it's not that different from just like you are born with a certain amount of mana, and when you use up that amount of mana, you you go psychotic. You go completely psychotic. And blues end up being a little like movie serial killery.
A little bit. Yeah, I see where you're coming from there.
Like they.
I think it's also referred to a lot because of the blue prison
Yeah. So
the particular character is trapped in.
Yeah, I mean that's part of it, but also like the one color white we spend a significant amount of time with is a blue one. So like the most psychotic person the most like openly and nakedly psychotic person in the whole book is goes psychotic from the blue. And so like it causes you to be overly analytical and this way too dispassionate and really disconnected and really arrogant. And
I think the arrogance kind of is true of color whites in general.
I think I
regardless.
suspect it is. The blue version seems to be more like the haughty arrogant. The kind of just like being completely convinced that implicitly convinced that your opinions are correct.
Yeah,
right,
yeah, absolutely.
And that you do not need input from others on anything. I would be kind of interested to see what happens with an orange color white. But because it's kind of obvious what most of the other ones wind up like, but I am kind of interested in what the orange orange color white is like. They're like a fucking what do you call them? A Ventru from Vampire the Masquerade. Like like how does this come through? But yes, and okay, so this is where we ended. This was slide 9.
This is the last slide, yeah.
Okay. So let's go back to this one just because it's a little bit more visual, got a little bit more visual layer to it. And so I'll do a speed run on the plot. A little speed run on the plot.
Sure.
Yeah. So Kip is our real protagonist. Kip is our real protagonist, and he is he's an abuse victim in a shitty backwater, and the first actual event of the book that's an event is his town gets burned down, and he is the only survivor.
Correct. Yeah.
Strictly speaking, a couple other people do survive, but it doesn't come up for a long time, and he doesn't know about any of it. Also, justice for Sanson, who I think was the best written character in the book. I think that the book would have been actually a lot more interesting if Sanson had stuck around longer.
Interesting. Interesting.
Real loss there. Well, I mean, Sanson's okay, this is just a side divergence, but Sanson's interesting because he's the people in the universe keep on harping on how stupid he is, but the narrative makes it clear that he's actually the smart one.
Yes. Yes, I found that quite amusing.
I thought that was fun. He's the Samwise Gamgee. And anyway, so Kip's town gets burned down. Gavin is the Pope. And he's the magic Pope. He's Wizard Pope. He's the Avatar. And
That's another way you can put it. He's kind of an avatar, and the position of Prism is kind of Avatar-like in that there's ostensibly only one every generation, or whatever.
There's
right?
always only one. There's always one. The metaphysics of the world fall apart without the Prism. He's not merely a religious authority. He is actually metaphysically important to keeping the world functioning smoothly. And he's an action hero, not like a Pope, and also very extremely unlike a Pope and very, very much like an Avatar. The evidence of their divine right to rule is obvious to everyone. It is obvious and apparent the Prism has special magical powers substantially beyond those of anybody else in the setting. You can recognize the Prism instantly, even if you do not actually know who they are as an individual person. You spend 5 minutes around the Prism, you will figure out who the fuck they are. With no effort. There's no voting on the Prism.
Well, I think it's again, like most drafters, you can see it in his eyes, right?
And
his eyes are remarked to be like kind of prisms in and of themselves, where they kind of reflect and refract all colors of the rainbow.
Well, and the most important factor is the Prism breaks all of the rules of
absolutely.
Light Bend. He is the exception to all the rules of Light Bend. So the Prism was on his way to whereabout Kip lives, and he sees the fire and he rescues Kip. And it turns out, in an amazing coincidence, that Kip is his bastard son, because Kip's little shitty backwater town is a little shitty backwater because it was the site of the most recent actual war, which was fought when Guile was young. Guile and his brother both had Prism powers, and they fought a war over it, and the main area that was devastated was the area of Tyria, where Kip lives. And it still hasn't recovered. It still is not economically or demographically recovered. So while he was
it's only been about
15 years. Yeah.
Not even 2 decades.
Regions bounce back at different rates. It's also, I mean, just kind of a small aside for people reading fantasy. Demographically significant wars are rare in human history. The 30 Years' War is the only demographically significant war in Europe.
Interesting.
The 100-Year War leaves no record on the demographics.
That's crazy.
Yeah. If you restrict yourself to the Soviet Union, then World War II also qualifies. But it's the Napoleonic Wars are not demographically significant. Demographically significant is one of those phrases that sounds really bloodless, and then if you hear it if you have done demography and you hear a demographically significant event, we're talking about an apocalypse.
Or I don't know, the Black Plague
Black Death Black Death would be demographically significant. COVID's actually at the point where it might actually show up in the records. COVID's actually been that bad.
That's crazy.
But we're talking about the apocalypse. But it's until you get to the point where mass graves become casual, it's not demographic.
Damn.
It's so much. It's so hard for something to be demographic. And so this is a demographically significant one. There's two adult men in this town of like 2,000.
Yeah.
So and that's just very, very rare in human history, but it's fairly common in fantasy novels. And anyway, the place where he's from is a shithole, and then it gets burned down by his own king. And the Pope comes and saves him and is like, well, you're my son, because it was a war back in the day, and I slept with a woman while I was on the campaign trail because, soldiers. And I have come to claim you and take you to get trained to be a wizard. You're a wizard, Kip.
You're a wizard, Kip.
You're a
What?
wizard.
Yeah.
And they are, I think, kind of constantly. I thought it was kind of cute how they I thought it was fairly clear from an early point that Kip had prism powers.
Yes, it's and I think that's clear to Gavin.
Yeah,
right.
I think Gavin does. Yeah,
Gavin seems pretty aware, but he actually takes steps to hide that during the threshing, as they call it,
with the sorting hat. Yeah, he tries to fool the sorting hat. And anyway, so he takes Kip to wizard school, where he only stays for like 48 hours.
Yeah, before he has to go somewhere else. Yeah,
he goes back home. Like, it's like it's a very funny little side trip. It's a very funny little side quest. Very much like this meeting could have been an email. Since after I read the book, I was like, hold on a second. Anyway, so Gavin is, he fought in this big war against his brother, and now he goes back to Tyria because Tyria has declared, that aforementioned king is declaring independence, and his whole problem, the whole thing kind of motivating this war, is the Chromaria, the magical Vatican, Hogwarts, neglects Tyria very, very badly. And so he is founding a rival wizard school. And in order for this rival wizard school to do anything functional, one of the things it does to distinguish itself and to try to get more power, in a very literal military sense, is they don't kill color white.
No, in fact, they recruit them into the army.
Yeah, they actively recruit color whites, and color whites are, by definition, very powerful. They're just uncontrollable.
Yeah.
They're powerful but unpredictable. And so they're kind of banking on, from a military standpoint, right? They're banking on the fact that you get enough of them and you can average out their behavior, so the unpredictability of any individual one isn't that big of a deal. And then you just kind of accept that you're going to have these certain costs to running this army. You're just kind of accepting that you've got an army where you are just taking a risk that every offensive operation is going to involve a lot more friendly fire, and that you need to move really fucking fast on the march because every day you spend in camp you're taking risks on internal discipline problems.
And they do. They do move pretty quick.
They do. Yeah, they do move quite fast. It is a. I am enough of a nerd about military issues at this point that I do notice that that was fast but not impossible. The speed that their army moved. So anyway, the climactic event of it is that the main port of Tyria, and we may as well go back to the map. The main port of Tyria, Garriston, which controls all trade through Tyria, into and out of Tyria. Garriston is not controlled by Tyria. It is controlled by a rotating cast of scoundrels from the people who were loyal to Gavin during the war, during their civil war. And so he's going to seize back Garriston and bring it back under Tyrian control. So this is both a political dispute, a relitigation of a poorly done reconstruction, and also a theological dispute, all wrapped together.
Yep.
It is a revanch. It is both revanchist and Protestant. At the same time, and and yeah, that's the main action of it, and they lose at Garriston and retreat. Spoilers. And the main thing that I have left hanging out of this story is that so they fought a civil war between Gavin and his brother Dazin, who also again had prism powers. They were both prisms, and they called it the Prism War or the False Prism War between these two guys who were claiming to be the prism and couldn't resolve their disputes over it, and brother against brother, and they destroyed Tyria and blah blah blah. The main twist on this is that Gavin isn't Gavin. Gavin is Dazin.
Yes.
When they got to the final confrontation, the two of them fought a battlefield duel that other people didn't see. Dazin managed to lure Gavin into a duel in an enclosed space. Again, very Avatar: The Last Airbender. And then Dazin is the one who actually wins and walks out, and he just declares that he's Gavin.
Correct. Yep.
He just declares that he's Gavin. And they're identical. They're not identical twins, but they're brothers who look very similar. And he did some cosmetic surgery on the campaign trail to make himself look more like his brother. And he slots into his brother's life afterwards.
And entirely, yeah.
Entirely. And if you're wondering why he bothers to do this, because he won, right? Like, he won. He could have just said, I won. The reason why he doesn't do this is, again, that, as mentioned, this is, so like the Zhou dynasty or the Catholic Church. The church itself doesn't actually have that much direct power. Both of these armies only function by making promises to other people.
Mm-hmm.
And Dazin fucked up enormously in this part of the method. One of those very important parts of any military career is, particularly for pre-modern militaries, is how do you recruit allies, right? Your army is made up of retainers and of allies and alliances. And Dazin screwed the fucking pooch on this super hard, and they don't dwell on it enough for because I think it would be funny to like see that. And he does a fucking the producers. He pulls the producers, and he promises way too much to his allies. He promises like way more than he can possibly pay them back. And some of the promises he makes are just flat out like bad promises that like he's like wait, hold on a second. If I do this thing, like it'll make like 5 guys rich and like every single other person in the entire world poor. Like he's just like one of the promises he makes was basically like he's going to like stop patrolling for pirates.
Yeah.
Just like asinine, like an insane promise. Which is obviously like going to piss off everybody and is going to make everything worse. So he's just like, I have made a terrible set of alliances, and if my alliance wins, that's awful. I have allied myself with bad men who I actually want to lose. So I'll just slot in and take over my brother's life so that I don't have to honor any of the deals I made.
Basically, yeah.
Which is very funny. It is a very funny motivation for a really confusing plot point. And his brother, his older brother Gavin, the previous Prism, he keeps him alive. He keeps him alive, and he keeps him in a prison, a prison, that has only blue light in it, so that his brother can't use anything other than, because you have to be able to see the light that you're using. So if everything is blue, you can only use. And he keeps him in this blue sealed box where he only gets blue bread and blue colored wine and stuff like that. And his brother has been there for 16 years and has been going insane the entire time. And I would say that a fairly large percentage of the actual drama to my mind, was about this relationship between the brothers.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Do you have siblings?
Yes, I have a younger brother, actually, so I would be the Gavin in this scenario.
The Gavin in this scenario. Do you feel very Gavin-like?
No, I think actually, I think my younger brother would probably be more like Gavin, and I would be more like Dazin in terms of our kind of personalities.
Okay, yeah. So I think a lot of what is the drama of the book is very much a this is actually what Brent Weeks said about the book. You know, it's a story about ordinary brothers in extraordinary circumstances. And so
Hmm.
a lot of what is going on in this story is the two brothers were raised in what I think is a very classical story at this point, right? A very classical story in fantasy literature in particular. Uh, they were raised in extreme privilege by a controlling, abusive father. Uh,
Yeah.
it was a very Kennedy. I would say it was a very Kennedy way of growing up.
Okay. Interesting.
Do you know this about the Kennedys?
Not much
Oh, okay.
besides the fact that nothing bad ever happens to them.
Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys. So, so the Kennedy family, you know, was Irish immigrants to the U.S., and they had been on a sort of rising political tide basically from the 19th century at a very slow rate because being Irish American held you back a lot in the 19th century and even into the 20th century, right? The Smith-Landon election was like the biggest blowout ever, and a huge percentage of why it was the why it was that um why the Kennedys were like this was that why lost my train of words. Why the Smith-Landon election was such a blowout it was explicit racism against Irish Catholics. Like it was explicitly part of the opposition.
Yeah.
Um,
Hmm.
and so John Kennedy, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, was the son of Joseph Kennedy Sr. And Joe Kennedy Sr. was this kind of character in real life. He um, actively pitted his sons against each other, um, and had like he was himself a very weird fucking dude. I'm not gonna lie, in like a weird social climber way.
Well,
Um,
Andros is kind of a weird dude too.
yeah. No, it's very similar. Andros reminded me a lot of Joe Kennedy. Like Joe Kennedy was the kind of guy who like made a baseball team, but the entire like function of the baseball team was like he needed to be the owner, the manager, the designated pitcher, and the designated hitter of the team.
Wow. Okay.
He founded a theater troupe where he was the director and the lead actor in every single production.
That sounds like a busy man.
Yes, a very busy man, a very ambitious man, helped by being rich, helped by I think not actually giving a shit about any of it turning out well. Like you can do, like, you can do all these things if you do them for like 6 months and then give up on them and never do anything impressive with it.
True. True.
Uh, oh, I'm sorry. I need to take this. We'll go on break. This is a very important call. I'm sorry.
Okay. No problem.
All right. Well, hello. Apologies about that, chat. Apologies about that, chat. That was a call from health insurance on something that I have been fighting them for uh over a year. So that's the sort of thing
Damn.
you do not turn away that call. that is a
No,
critical
no,
one.
no, no.
You Europe bros, please do not even contemplate uh letting that go. Uh do not even think about letting that one go. Keep your public health. It's a nightmare. It is a nightmare over here. Just the sheer amount of paperwork involved justifies it. Oh, and I hold on a second. I think I was saved from a potentially really bad event by choosing the right settings on so this is your lesson in OBS. Please make sure you set window match priority to window titles must match. Please do this for your own sake, because I almost put up a medical document there.
Oh no.
But yes, so a major part of this action is that so anyway, that was kind of the speed run of the plot. I think I got through pretty much everything that really matters in terms of the A plot. The kind of more important plot is that Gavin and Dazin are both in love with Paris to varying extents, and our Prism, our main character, Gavin Guile, the fake Gavin, is has been lying to her the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's been lying to everyone. Very few people are in on his conspiracy. It's a very small conspiracy to replace Gavin with Daz. To use the false Gavin conspiracy is a very small conspiracy. Very tightly kept.
I think basically it's what, the general and his mom that are like the only ones who are aware, right?
But they're the only ones who are supposed to be aware. They're the only ones who are in. Anybody else who figures it out to any extent gets killed.
Yeah.
And it's a very small number of people. And there's actually a kind of comedy where a character gets killed like right before Gavin figures out it doesn't fucking matter if he knows.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like Gavin kills a guy like 10 minutes before it gets revealed that this guy, there's no way this guy was gonna spill the beans anyway.
Yeah.
Like it's genuinely kind of a stupid tragedy. And the let's get to the real meaty part of the discussion. The real meaty part here.
Oh boy, here we go.
Glassman here. What resonated with you so much about this?
So that's an interesting framing. I think for starters, I already mentioned the magic system and how that that got me going. But this was kind of my first sort of big fantasy novel that I read ever.
Oh, okay.
And it kind of, in a weird roundabout way, it actually indirectly led to me being a VTuber over the years. If you could like imagine that meme of like the guy with the dominoes in descending order of size, and he's placing the small one, right? The small one would be me reading this book, and then the big one would be me being a VTuber.
Okay. So how did that go as a path?
So this book inspired me to want to write.
Okay.
Actually. And when that kind of, so I actually did do some writing, primarily when I was in college, which is now lost to time.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, whom among us even wants to see that kind of thing, right?
Right. And um, that kind of, when that ended up not working out, it kind of led me on this path of desperately wanting to discover something, some sort of like artistic pursuit that I had passion for. Um, and I very badly wanted to be what I refer to as a creative, right? And I put that in air quotes. And even looking back on it, I'm not sure why this consumed me so thoroughly. But I think it was partially because of this book and other things. I see people do these cool things in the realm of art, and this book primarily inspired me to want to do that sort of thing too, right?
Okay.
And so I tried all sorts of things over the years. I tried like clay sculpture, which I think I might actually revisit.
That's super cool. I extremely support doing clay sculptures, especially on stream. That's an easy support from me right there.
Yeah,
Every weird little art medium that people engage with.
Well, it's funny too because my initial idea for my art was to be to do clay sculptures with stained glass backdrops, right? That was kind of my initial idea, and then I started with the stained glass, which again I pursued as part of this kind of journey I went on to discover something, like a creative outlet. And then I just fell in love with the stained glass so much, and I've kind of just stuck with that in the meantime. But I'm still thinking I might revisit the clay sculpture thing because that seems like it'd be cool. And fun
adore that
and all
as
that.
an option.
So yeah, me reading this book kind of indirectly resulted in me, eventually deciding to try stained glass, which then has resulted in probably one of the best years of my life, which has been this past year. Just meeting all these people in the VTubing sphere and wonderful people, present company included, of course.
Thank you. Very sweet of you.
And yeah, it's been a heck of a journey.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, it's
I
kind
hope
of
that's a satisfactory answer.
well, the part that I'm unsatisfied with is what in the content of this led in that direction. Like what in between these pages? What specific to the Black Prism was it? You mentioned the magic system.
Right, and I'm like a total mark for like cool magic systems, just in general in any fiction.
Interesting.
But I
Unfortunately
think
for you,
I also really enjoyed the world building as well. But yeah, here comes the elephant in the room.
The elephant in the room, and I did talk with Glassman about this before, so I'm not being a jerk just springing this on him. I didn't like it. I did not like this book. And the fact that you're just kind of leaning into that because I know you were trying to dreading it, so we may as well get that one out of the way. And without getting into like the specifics of, we can get into the specifics of that, but I kind of actually wanted to follow up a little bit on something that you were talking about here. That like it's the magic system in the world building. And
oh, interesting. Okay. So the parts I liked about it are
no,
you
misunderstand grammatically. You misunderstand. That was a parsing error there.
Mm.
Those are not the parts that I dislike the most. I dislike the most the way they described women.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of grotesque. But in terms of the world build, but like if what inspired you the most was the world building and the magic system, a novel is not actually the medium that I would recommend the most for exploring that. That's more like writing an RPG book.
True.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going with that. That's kind of where I want to follow on there, was like, I think that maybe part of the reason why that's not been something that you wound up like really following up on is that a novel as a medium is a place for exploring character, is what is kind of really suited. Um, is like having characters that do actions that follow from their decisions and flaws. Uh, the on typically the novel reader doesn't really care that much about the world. That's like a nice secondary thing. They care about the sentence structure. They care about the links between the character arcs. They care about the development of those characters. They care about the paragraph to paragraph construction. Uh, and so, if what you feel really inspired by and really motivated by is stuff like world building and magic systems, then that's like background design for games and and board games and stuff like that. That's where
you
that
know
yeah.
that's an interesting point to make, because I did read this prior to me ever getting into RPGs, or those kinds of RPGs anyway.
Yeah.
It was the first time I played D&D was like a one shot I did in like college, and that was all the only
Hmm.
like tabletop RPG I played for like a decade after that, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't until I met a friend of mine, a very good friend of mine, a number of years ago, that who he is very much into like tabletop RPGs, and he kind of got me into that whole sphere. I never considered that maybe what I ought to try my hand at is like writing an RPG book, right? Maybe like
Yeah.
something small to start with for sure.
Uh-huh.
Something more like Mothership, maybe.
Well, and yeah, it's yeah, yeah, no, that's a good point that I raised. uh, uh, and
I am curious if there was. So you mentioned that
oh, sorry.
you found the description of the descriptions of women distasteful. Was
Yes.
there anything else in particular that stood out to you as not so good, or?
So I didn't let. So again, the description of women, just to clarify for people, for the readers back home, the women in the book are consistently described in terms of their slimness and physical fitness. And when female characters are described as um, overweight or having other body types, it is followed up very quickly by establishing them as comically ludicrously evil. And then they almost always die immediately thereafter, like within like pages. I think there's only two women who are described as having like heavier than average physiques, and I
There's
think
only one that comes to mind at the moment. I'm I'm
there's the
I'm not
shopkeeper and the
remembering the
assassin.
other one.
The assassin's
Was
also
the assassin described as
yeah,
being like she
not
was like
nearly as grotesquely as the shop. Uh, Not nearly as much as the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was like really over the top and like really dark in my opinion by itself. Those couple
interesting?
yeah those couple pages. Uh,
But yeah, what
that so that was one that like and so the women are described in ways that I found frequently like distasteful and misogynistic. Um, like
hmm,
they talk so much about the sexualities of the women involved in a way that they do not mirror with describing the men's relationship to sexuality. Um, and it's not a like self-aware inside outside objectification thing. It's not like the women are more aware that they're objectified. It's the women are self-objectifying constantly. And so like the two female characters that we get like internal writing from are Liv and and Karis, and they talk frequently about how happy they are with periods when other women are jealous of them, and jealous of them for being attractive in particular. That's like a motivating factor for both of those characters, uh, in a way that is not reflected in any of the male character writing.
True, true.
Yeah, it's the men are never vain. Gavin, true Gavin, is described as vain from the outside, but in his own internal discourses, he never appears to be that worried about vanity.
Well, he does have
Yeah.
more pressing matters.
Yes,
I
he does.
think.
He does. He does. Like, there's a diegetic reason for it, but it was just like this striking thing where like and stressed is completely correct. This is not the first time I've brought this up on this channel, even that I did not like it. I did not like that.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah,
It's totally understandable.
And this is partially like a difference at like a very basic level in like our taste. I kind of didn't give a shit about the magic system, which I think is just like a fundamental like deep.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
so like
That's like
it's not even like a criticism of the magic system so much as just like, do I need to be here? Kind of feeling. Like, am I like do I have like a train to catch kind of moment of like, can we get to like what the characters are doing and how they're being motivated, and what they care about. Like they're doing magic. I don't need to know that much about how they do magic or how it works. I need you to get on with what the characters are doing.
Oh, so yeah, so that's funny because I love that shit. I love learning about how the magic works and all that.
And I do think that there's also a difference between like this was like your first big fantasy book.
True, yeah.
This is like the 5th big fantasy book I've read in as many weeks.
Yeah, okay.
Like,
so it's probably not nearly as standout for you then.
Yeah, it's like a little saturated might be the word we're looking for here on that front. Like, you know, I'm suffused with this kind of writing right now, and it's the parts that are going to stand out to me are like the sentence to sentence execution and the characters and how well realized they are. And yeah, I thought they were you know, we've got the pathetic boy overcoming his pubescent insecurities. We've got the brilliant, shining superhero with the dark secrets. We've got the two kind of misogynistic caricatures of what a man thinks a woman is supposed to be like on like in his own estimation. And that's like our cast. And I'm sorry if I'm being like super negative right now. I should chill. I should
it's fine. I want to hear it because I'm interested, right?
Well, I should pump the brakes a little bit so I'm not just whining, because whining's not good content. That's a bigger problem.
I don't know. It gets views.
I know people who do it, and I don't want to be that kind of guy. I'm happy to be critical, but I don't want to be like there's a line between being critical and just being whiny. And so I mean, again, like I should be clear to anybody who is at all confused about this, because I do think the way I put this prompt to people is book that changed your life. And I try to be clear with people when I pitch this to them, when I DM somebody, I'm like, note that it doesn't even have to be good. Like, it doesn't have to be a book you'd recommend to people. It doesn't even have to be a book that you think is good. It just has to have had an effect on you.
Okay, yeah.
And so it's like this was your first encounter with like these kind of like big fantasy things that have like lots of like metaphysics.
Yeah.
And that to me, like that's something that has become like enchanting to you over the years. So this hit you at a particular time. That's like a thing that happens a lot with this. Like it's a book that hit you at a particular time.
Right, because I was also like I mentioned earlier, I was like 16 when I read this, right? Yeah. So I was also very kind of formative years.
Yeah, very different from very different to be a teenager reading this and to be a middle-aged man reading. You know, I constantly bring up, you know, comparing Evangelion. You watch Evangelion when you're a teenager, and you're like, why can't Shinji just accept that he gets a cool robot? And then I watched Evangelion when I was like in my 30s. And my main thought on watching Evangelion in my 30s is, Misato, you fucking asshole. Do not try to take responsibility for a child that you are in no way equipped to care for. This was such a dick move. What is wrong with you? I was so mad at Misato for like trying to take responsibility for things she absolutely could not handle. Like, it made me so mad. Like, if somebody I knew who was in their 30s did what Misato did, they would be like the biggest scumbag I've ever met.
Yeah,
Like,
for full disclosure, I have not seen
oh,
Evangelion
okay, okay.
actually. So
Oh shit, we should watch it as a family. Evangelion's incredible. Evangelion's incredible. But it's like, it's very different to see like an adolescent power fantasy when you're an adolescent, and when like you look at them and you're like, this is a baby. Like, who gave this baby a gun? Like,
yeah, I mean, from the outside, it seems like
mhm.
Shinji is very kind of pathetic, but reasonably so, I suppose.
That's the classic divide in Evangelion fans. Like, is Shinji's distress causally linked to things that are happening in the story around him? And I would say unambiguously yes. Unambiguously yes. He is being abused from multiple angles, and the fate of the world is resting on him when he's just a 14-year-old kid. But anyway, to talk in terms of the Black Prism, because we should stick to the actual topic here. Like, we look at Kip, and like, I think when you're 16 and Kip is 15, it's like this cool fantasy about being taken from horrible circumstances and elevated to the highest tables, um, by a mix of both luck and your own innate intrinsic power. Right,
Mhm.
like you're being so talented, right? Because this is one of those things that I think about a lot as I've gotten older as a writer in particular. Again, I'm a nonfiction editor. In my other life, it actually pays. I think it pays about as much as VTubing at this point for me. It's not a well paying job. Do not do that. But it is not a full time. It is not a thing that will support me. But I do nonfiction editing, and the you you see these things in terms of, what are they accomplishing? Where are they going? So what is the purpose of this? And so, actually, I'm sorry, that was not where I was going. Where I was going with this is talent. Talent as a concept, right?
Hmm.
What is it to be talented versus what is it to be skilled versus what is it to be the right person at the right time? Because talent, I usually understand talent to be something that you don't have to work at. That when a person is
Yeah,
talented, that is something that they have before before they put in the work.
it's
Um,
kind of something you're born with, right?
yeah, yeah.
So to
It's
speak.
innate. It's intrinsic. And talent isn't the same as aptitude or skill, but all aptitude or skill is built on top of whatever your talent is. Uh, and particularly in the case of writing, right? Because writing is like with sports. With sports, we can talk about talent, and talent becomes very important for particularly basketball. Just to use a simple example. Um, Basketball players are, in terms of like training and practice, are pushed so maximally hard that talent scouts in basketball only talk about talent. Like, it is seen as gauche. At least it was when I was talking to some basketball scouts about 10 years ago. It was seen as gauche to talk about like a player having heart or motivation or particularly or like technical skills. What you talk about is like, what are they physically shaped like? Because whatever else is going on, their physical shape and their reaction speeds are going, like, you're going to be able to make up everything else, but you cannot change a person's physical shape through training. You can train anybody to be the best of the best of the best of the best at making free throws, um, in theory. I think that anybody who knows who Shaquille O'Neal is will be doubting at this moment. But like the premise of the way that people at the upper levels of talking about basketball talk about it is that you can make up for any deficit in motivation, in skill, in training time, etc. You cannot make up for a deficit in wingspan, in height, etc. So those are the things that matter. So those are the only things you care about, and that's talent. Whereas, however much training you put in is eventually going to be your skill. And this magic system in particular is very talent focused.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
It is very, very talent focused. And it's a little. Honestly, I feel like it actually goes harder on this than Last Airbender, which I love. The guy who openly says he was inspired by Uncle Iroh. I always felt like Last Airbender was a little bit muddled on how they deal with training versus talent, because you have these two kind of parallel stories in Last Airbender, right? You've seen Last Airbender, not?
Oh yeah, we
Yeah.
watched it together.
Yeah, I was pretty sure you were in that. In Last Airbender, you've got these two kind of parallel stories of Aang going up against the Fire Lord, against Ozai, and then Zuko going up against Azula. And Azula is so Ozai is radically outmatched in terms of talent versus Aang. Aang is undertrained but radically over talented. Whereas Azula is much more talented than Zuko.
Yes, I would say so. Yeah.
And Zuko doesn't even beat her really by like out training her. He beats her by playing on tragic weaknesses she has in a very like tragic Greek sense. Making it to me the more compelling fight of the two.
He also has help, if I recall.
He does, yeah, which is important because like the whole thing is that Azula doesn't have help because Azula has spent the entire series alienating everyone. That's part of that's like her main flaw is that she alienates everyone because she's so obsessive. This is like how us Americans use the term. This is us Americans talk. Like when we talk about talent, we really do tend to mean like the kind of things that like people notice about you when you're 3 years old.
Yeah, like purely natural aptitude,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. It is just kind of how we use it in America. I don't want to police how other speakers of other languages might use similar concepts, but like as Americans use it, we tend to really do specifically mean like if you have a talent, it's something that like you didn't need to train for.
Right.
And
yeah.
I think you've probably had this experience. I certainly had this experience of just kind of trying out a bunch of random shit to see if I was just preternaturally good at something without putting in any work.
Exactly. Like I was talking about before, my journey of trying out all sorts of different artistic pursuits. That was partially what I was doing there. At least was was seeing if I had like a natural aptitude for anything. And I think I actually kind of found it in stained glass. Funnily enough,
that's a beautiful one to have talent for, and I think I think it's time for you to try to make a great. That's
oh boy,
yeah,
maybe maybe once I have a larger workspace, because I'm kind of a little confined to the size of my workspace at the moment.
Well, I mean that's fair, but I'm planting the seed in your head that it's because a great work in this kind of context is not the sort of thing that you're just going to do, right? Like you're going to have to plan it out for months.
Oh no, I have a particular.
Okay.
You said a great work, and I actually have one in mind that I've already been thinking about for some time.
I like how I like knew the trigger phrase. I just intuited your trigger phrase for that one. But yeah, the like this is something that I think almost all of us Americans do is like we just kind of like try out random shit. The joke of how do you know you're bad at piano? You've never played it before. And it's like, well, if you believe this about training, then like you're definitionally bad at piano if you haven't tried it before. But we all have the image in our head of somebody like sitting down at piano and playing it for 5 minutes and being a virtuoso at it.
Right.
Having known an actual concert pianist, Doesn't happen. And if it did, it would be extremely. It would just be heartbreaking. It wouldn't be useful because like piano's the sort of thing where like you have to practice from the age of 10, like forever. You just like you can't stop.
Yeah.
Like if you stop for 6 months, like people will notice for the rest of your life. It's awful, awful, awful industry. And so like Kip is supernaturally talented. Kip is
Hmm.
radically talented. Among the characters, Kip is
Yes. Well, he does have, as we mentioned before, he does have essentially prism
Mhm.
powers, right?
Yeah.
So
And they
it
emphasize it
kind
a
of
lot.
comes with the
They emphasize it.
with the territory.
They harp on it a lot. It's like, oh, he not only is not colorblind, but he has like super color perception, which is
Hmm.
not just does he have super color perception, but also like 1 out of every 2 women has super color perception, but 99% of men don't. Like he's got the super
Right.
rare thing that like no men have, and also like he has super high pain resistance and so on and so on and so on. And it like that's a lot of the fantasy, right? It's very similar to the Harry Potter fantasy. Um,
Yeah, I'd say
my
so.
Invocation of Hogwarts was not entirely
Facetious.
thoughtless. Yeah, it's not entirely thoughtless. It was that he's super talented and he comes from this super powerful lineage and he grew up in this super horrible claustrophobic poverty of like injustice and penury and suffering uh and like Harry Potter, right? Like Harry Potter literally lives in the cupboard under the stairs. Pip literally trapped in a cupboard for 3 days with rats. And it's uh it's a fantasy, right? It's a fantasy that is very appealing to a young person. Um,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
as an older person, it's a fantasy that's actually really again. I didn't find it super grating here because I've like I read it as genre fiction, right? Um, it's a fantasy that gets grating at a certain point in your age when uh it just doesn't feel like life works that way. And also when like you are well past the point where like any preternatural talent was going to rescue you, like
Yeah, fair, fair.
you know, there's no such thing as a precocious 50-year. It doesn't make any sense. Um, and so stories that really like valorize precociousness just become like, well, come on, man. And uh, it was so I thought so an element of the world building that I found kind of interesting was I feel like most stories kind of land with a fairly clear notion of how utopian or dystopian they are.
Mm.
And
I
yeah,
think this kind of walks the line a little bit
it
between the
does.
two.
It does,
Um,
because it's like there hasn't been a significant war in 16 years, which for they're kind of modeling it off of like Renaissance era, like early modern. Um,
yeah, they have like kind of they have like matchlock pistols and that kind of thing.
yeah, they're in the transition from wheel locks to from matchlocks to flintlocks. Um,
Yeah.
and like it's kind of got this like Mediterranean during the Renaissance kind of vibe to it. Uh, but the last major war was 16 years ago. The Mediterranean in Italy in the Renaissance era is like a real strong contender for like the worst period of history to be alive. like, like
I was not familiar with that aspect of Renaissance Italy.
um, there was an there was a single plague instance, not like one of the big, like one of the minor plague instances that killed 50% of the ruling council of Venice.
Jesus, okay.
So think about what that did to the people in Venice who couldn't afford medicine.
Right. Yeah.
If there was the threat of a major battle, uh, not even an actual battle, before the battle was fought, like in the weeks leading up to a battle, it was typical to evict everyone who lived in the countryside and completely flatten, like a mile out of your city, so that you'd
Just
have
to
clear
make.
firing lines, which is something they talk about in the book. Actually, they don't actually pull it through; they just make new walls. But in actual Renaissance Italy, you would just flatten all of those people's houses, um, so that they couldn't be used for either siege works as lumber or as cover for advancing infantry. Uh,
True.
and that was before any actual battle happened. I remember reading in a really good book about the era about they had about a 50 pages about the history of a single small town that had been this small town in the Northeast, uh, had been occupied continuously since Roman times, had its own distinct artistic tradition, and was the main area that I believe actually stained glass artists in the area worked in, and had like a very famous reputation for it. And just as part of the de rigueur of scorched earth tactics, was completely denuded and razed by the defending army without a fight, and all of that talent was lost. We have no idea what happened to the artist from there.
Yeah, that's
Like,
insane.
it's an apocalypse. We actually one of my favorite little pieces of not of history that we have is we have a letter from one of Machiavelli's friends to Machiavelli, urging him to continue his writing. Machiavelli was getting depressed because Machiavelli's latter life kind of sucked, or was at least very disappointing.
Hmm.
And his friend, who was a general, says, "I need you to write this all down because future generations will not believe how bad it was."
That's pretty severe.
Yeah, it's like we need a writer as talented as you to be recording everything. Otherwise, people will forget that we are living in hell. Uh,
That's wow. Damn.
um, and yeah, Tohu's right to point out that it was even worse for the poor. This was what the nobles thought. Like, what do you, like? Think about how bad it is for the poor people. Um, and
That's interesting because I
yeah,
think like the layman's perception of the Renaissance, which
mhm,
I think is much more along kind of what I'm familiar with, is
yeah.
that it was like a great time to be
Oh yeah,
alive,
no, no,
right?
no,
Like,
no, no. It's actually really funny. I learned all this stuff primarily from Ada Palmer, who's also a fiction author, but she's a Renaissance scholar who just happened to write a very good sci-fi series on the side. But she's a Renaissance scholar, and she has an entire series of works about what happened here. What happened that like us Renaissance scholars have exerted no control over how our period is perceived by the public. Uh, like we read
yeah.
this stuff, and it's just like this is a nightmare. Like there's all this beautiful art being created, and that's her argument, right? Is like we have the beautiful statue, right? We have the beautiful we have the Sistine Chapel and Michelangelo and stuff like that. Like we have these things, and Da Vinci. We have these beautiful arts and writings. Um, and when that's what you look at, and you don't actually have anything that shows like entire cities losing 60% of their population over 3 years. Um, one of the more famous incidents that led to the writing of the prince, which they reference this incident in the Black Prism, uh, was what was his name? One of the Medici's, not Cosimo. I have to look this up.
uh,
Uh,
you're asking the wrong guy.
that's fair. That's fair. One of the Medici's, House of Medici's, the one who wore a black mask and went around killing people in the middle of the night. That guy was fucking crazy. Um, like
As one who does those things typically is, yeah.
yeah, like actual uh like Batman villain, like like actual comic book villain. Um, and the I'm not sure I'll be able to find it. It was not Lorenzo. Definitely was not Piero. Where was it? I'm not gonna find this quickly. I'm not gonna find this. Oh wait, hold on. Got popes. Got popes involved.
Oh boy.
Popes is the important one. I'm not gonna find it. I'm not gonna fuck it. But anyway, he hires, he conquers a bunch of territory, and then the territory is restive because they've just been conquered, and he's demanding really high taxes on them. So he hires a general to go and suppress the population, and he suppresses the population by atrocity. Right? He goes around the countryside and is just like mass hanging anybody who even like is like, I don't think I owe that much in tax. Right? Like not even the people who are like refusing to pay taxes. People are like, that doesn't sound right. And he just fucking murdered. Right? Like he's going absolutely he's gibbets the whole length of a city wall, burning down every farm, kind of shit. But it does
Damn.
pacify the
Okay.
area. It does pacify the area. And then this guy, the hero of the story, shows up to there and goes to his general that has been doing all this hard, brutal, bloody work on his behalf, and publicly executes his general.
Okay.
For being cruel against the people, against his people, and the people take it. They're like, "Yeah, thank you."
Damn. Okay. It must have been bad.
Well, also just like completely rewarded for violating all of his oaths, right? Like,
Jeez.
that's like a huge motivation for what The Prince is as a book, is like watching just the most depraved behavior lead to peace.
Fascinating.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
The Prince is actually on my reading list. Funnily
It's a pretty
enough.
cool book. It's a pretty cool book. If you do get around to reading it, I want to take the moment to say that um, it is actually part of a long standing genre of books, and is participating in this long genre of books called Mirrors for Princes. Mirrors for
Okay.
Princes are books that are explicitly intended to be like, you give them to a ruler to be when they're young, to tell them what they should do as a ruler. Like what is good behavior for a ruler. And so it's an explicit participation in this genre, and this genre is old. Like we have ancient Sumerian and ancient Egyptian. Like it's like a
Oh
three
wow.
thousand
Okay.
year running genre. I was 4,000 year running genre by the time The Prince is written. Uh, and there's a lot of them, and most of the ones that were around that he would have seen in his life, and he probably saw dozens, given his line of work. He probably saw several dozen. Uh, really emphasize like Christian virtue. That like a good king, a good prince, and a good king is one who is, first and foremost, faithful to his vow. That like his word
Okay.
is serious. That like when he says he's going to do something, he always does it. That he always pays his debts. Uh, and this is the most important thing, because in a world, this is actually part of, again, this comes up in Lightbringer. Like, how do you like, Dazin did his whole thing with the fake Gavin to get out of paying debt. And the
Hmm.
only way he could get away with that was by literally pretending that he lost.
Yes.
By
Exactly.
literally reversing his entire personality. And completely lying to everyone about who he was in order to avoid honoring his debts to bad people. As opposed to the more simple thing of just backstabbing the people he didn't like after the fact, right?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Like, he
Yeah.
could have just been like, no, I'm not going to do that. We won. I don't have to honor this shit. This is stupid. Um, but he doesn't do that because that's how you die, right? That's how you ruin yourself completely as a king. And so Machiavelli is writing in a context where he notices all this advice. He grows up on all this advice. He's an advisor to rulers before he writes The Prince for decades. And then he notices that all the advice is fucking wrong. that the ruled are willing to tolerate complete tyranny, if it means security.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that in the case between an assassination, which is an extraordinary affront before God and sort of thing that's totally intolerable in this context, in these usual contexts, versus fighting a war. Good Lord, just do the assassination, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean it's
like good Lord, like,
just kill the one person versus thousands potentially dying, right?
yeah, exactly,
That
exactly.
would be the
Mhm.
typical argument for that.
Yeah, which is why he is the father of utilitarianism. Like he gets to go down in history as the first utilitarian in the Western tradition.
Hmm.
Crazy stuff, right?
Yeah.
I loved writing my Machiavelli lecture, by the way. I love that one. I need to get. I think that one's up on YouTube. I love that one. But yeah, the hmm. Yeah, this is one of those things that we see in Black Prism, right? Is like this question over like how do we honor words? Um, because the a lot of the moment where everything starts to fall apart for Gavin, for false Gavin, is very early on. The incident that really leads to him like having an enormous amount of trouble is, he gets this letter that's addressed to the true Gavin, but obviously every letter that's addressed to true Gavin goes to false Gavin because that's how this works.
Right. Right.
You have a son. And this son would have been conceived while he was betrothed, while he was engaged to Karis.
Right.
And they broke off the engagement after the war. And so they're on the way there, and Dazin is knows that he didn't have sex with anybody during that period. So he's like, yeah, there's no way it's my kid. And he makes what I would say, very stupid gamble that his brother didn't have sex with anybody during that period. That was just a
Hmm.
stupid fucking gamble. Like, what the fuck does he know? And he says to Karis on the way there, he's like, whatever is in this letter, it's not true. And then he's proven wrong, like hours later. Like the
Yeah.
same day, it's like, oh, I guess my brother did have a bastard, uh, in the north. Oopsie doodle. I guess I got to adopt this kid. And so Karis is just like, why the fuck would he even double down on that? Like, what? Like, this is stupid. This is not like conniving. This is just like pointless lying. Um, the crisis PR maxim is say it early, say it yourself.
Right.
That's the crisis PR thing. Like um if if you are in a position where like you are definitely going to get caught stealing from the company's funds or whatever, like you got to be the person who comes out and says it, because then that means that it like nobody else gets the lead.
Right. And you're able to kind of
You get to set the tempo.
establish the narrative, right?
Yeah, you can.
In a sense.
Ideally, you can establish the narrative. At an absolute minimum, you get to establish the tempo.
Yeah.
You get that. You have the initiative, and you get to establish the tempo. And so that's just like these stupid. This stupid motherfucker makes the bet that his brother, who we slowly learn was a much scummier person,
Way scummier. Oh, way scummier
than we were initially led to believe. Uh, it's a pretty slow roll. That It's a pretty slow roll on how much of a scumbag he is.
Yeah, he's actually like awful.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely dreadful. And it is kind of interesting that they slow roll it. Well, they don't even really slow roll it. It's just kind of like Gavin, the true Gavin, is portrayed throughout the vast majority of the story as a very morally upright person. And part of this, I think, is because a lot of what we're seeing is from his younger brother's perspective, from
Right.
Dazen's perspective, the false Gavin's perspective, and from the way their relationship between the two of them is really driven by sibling rivalry. Again,
Yeah.
very Kennedy, because this is like the defining feature of growing up in the Kennedy household. Was like, you need to be better than your brothers at everything, every day. Every single day, your father is going to line up you and your brothers and is going to dole out affection based on how much he thinks you guys accomplished. And he'll openly criticize you
Yeah,
for being less than your brothers.
I think the only difference here would be that Andros kind of did that in an effort to build up Gavin, the real Gavin, whereas Dazen was little more than a tool to that effect.
Yeah, Dazen was lubricant to Gavin's ascent. I mean, that is actually something that is a parallel, that another parallel with the Kennedys is that you may notice that I said Joseph Kennedy Sr. The person who became president was not Joseph Kennedy Jr.
Yeah, I did notice that.
Joseph Kennedy Jr. was supposed to be the golden child of the family, but he died young.
As Kennedys are wont to do.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yes. How did I believe he died in World War II? Yeah, he died in World War II.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, he was shot down over Britain.
Oh wow. Okay.
He completed 25 combat missions and was eligible to return home. He instead volunteered.
Damn. Okay.
And then crashed and died.
That's a lot of combat missions.
Yes. And yeah, so like that was the Kennedy structure. JFK was not just a lesser brother. He was like a much lesser brother. Even Robert was ahead of him because John F. Kennedy was the sickly one.
Okay.
The big difference here with Andros versus Joe Kennedy, one of the big differences, there's a couple of other ones, but one of the big differences here is that there were a lot more than 3 Kennedy brothers. It's a significant feature of this.
Yeah. There's another Guile brother who also died young. Interestingly.
Yeah, was murdered by a color white.
Yeah. But he probably wouldn't have amounted to much in Andros's eyes anyway, because he was the youngest, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So I guess you could say that Dazen has premier middle kid syndrome.
Yeah. Well, and it's well, I mean, I think I've got brothers as well, and there is internal jealousy, right? And to me, this read very true in the case of the Black Prism on this front. This was one of those things that like it really resonated as like a really meaningful one to me. Was like the way that Dazen sees Gavin is through the lens of Gavin's so fucking talented and good at.
He's just so fucking cool. I want to be just like him. Yeah.
Well, and like this like lens of jealousy, that it's not just it's elevation and jealousy. Like he does not accurately perceive Gavin.
No, not at all. At least not when he's young.
Certainly not when he's young. Certainly not when he's young. In particular, he perceives Gavin as effortlessly charming with women.
That is something that comes up, yeah.
That is something that comes up, and in particular, like they have this rivalry over Karis. And the way that Dazen sees it is that he's trying to seduce Karis. He's trying to court Karis, And then Gavin just effortlessly just kind of walks into the scenario, and completely clears Dazen. Just utterly clears him. He's just so much more charming and talented and cool and interesting than Dazen that obviously Karis goes with him.
Well, and there was also the whole aspect that he was to be the Prism, right? Which there was a status element to it as well.
Absolutely. Like his between his status, between his talents, between his being more charming, his being more well dressed, he just walks in and just trounces it. In a competition,
Yeah.
they have a competition for a woman's heart, and Gavin just clears Daz. No effort. We much later, we hear the story multiple times, and then only later we hear Karis's version of events, which is not the same. To put it mild, in her memory of this, she finds Dazen really charming and interesting and attractive, and then Gavin shows up, and I mean, he's hot, and he's like the highest status person in her entire generation, but he's not nearly as charming or interesting. And I mean, like whatever. Like this guy is like way above her. Uh, and then he makes a move on her when she's too drunk to say no, which we might accurately describe as rape. And
yeah,
the that's her recollection of this, is like a fairly banal encounter at a dance party turns into a bad sexual encounter that is then rubbed in Dazen's face, and that she does not ever explain it in these terms to Dazen, right? That like
no.
and does not retaliate against Gavin, and Gavin seems to actually follow through to the extent of intending to marry Karis. But Karis's interpretation of events is that Gavin was not interested in her. Gavin was interested in using this as a vector of dominance over his brother.
Yeah.
That's Karis's well-being and even life were tools to be leveraged in a sibling rival.
Yeah.
Which
whereas Dazen's kind of feelings for her were a lot more genuine.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, and I, criticism moment here. I think that a more skilled and apt writer would have been able to turn this into a very, if this had been like a major theme of the book, I think it would have been an actually really kind of compelling story to be about the ways in which men instrumentalize women.
Interesting.
And
Okay.
I think that it would have been really particularly interesting in the case of this book, where outwardly there's a lot more gender egalitarianism than in our it is a much more, in most ways, is a much more gender egalitarian. Not in every way. And it would have been, I think, been pretty good to point out that, like, even though this is a world where the highest political offices are open to women, and military service is pretty equitable between men and women, and in several important ways women have types of power that men don't have, because in the magical sense, women can
Yeah.
exert magical power.
It's worth noting that
Mhm.
the pronoun "she" is used to describe drafters in the appendix, which I find interesting.
Yeah.
As opposed to "he," right?
And so you tend to start drafting when you're like 15. And then drafters live short lives, as a rule.
Yeah.
And male drafter, like 50 is like a pretty good run.
50 is a very good run. Yeah, I'd say most drafters kind of call it quits around in their 40s.
And they're explicit that women tend to outlive men by about among drafters by about 10 years.
Yeah.
Which is, when we're talking about a career that is measured in like 2 to 3 decades, that's actually really significant. That women are averaging careers that are almost 50% longer than men.
Yeah.
That's actually very significant. And I think that if they had talked more about like the development of crafting as a historical process, I think it would have been probably pointed out that like a large percentage of the like major developments at the theoretical and scientific level are made by women, because and a lot of the great works of drafting are all done by women, because they literally get 50% longer to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
They do emphasize that women tend to be better drafters than men. Not uniformly,
yes,
but generally.
Generally, yeah.
And the it's something that I think that if they had kind of gone a little bit more into on it, but I did think that gender was handled poorly in general. This was an opportunity where I think it actually like worked fairly well to kind of see. It's mostly, I think, supposed to be about how Gavin views other people as lesser in existence. He's got a narcissism problem.
Big time, yeah.
He's got a big narcissism problem. And I think that they could have gone more into that, and but I also think that the gendered element could have gone more into, because they are kind of explicit that like, yes, Karis is a noble woman, but who are you going to believe? Like a member, like a fairly petty member of the nobility, or the Pope?
Right. Yeah.
Or Super Pope, and
the Avatar Pope, if you will.
Avatar Pope, and this is this was an opportunity that was a little bit squandered. I don't necessarily hate that they squandered it, because I don't know that Weeks would have been capable of handling that, because that's like that's a difficult one, right? To craft a really good look at a fictional system of misogyny. There's a reason why we keep talking about Ursula Le Guin. You know, like, it's because she was really good at it. Like, most fictions are not that. Most fiction writers are not that good at writing about gender, and I don't know how much people want to have like a really in-depth gender discussion in their fantasy adventure novel.
Which I think Weeks is not at all interested.
Well, I mean, he's at least interested enough into, one, include sexual assault as a plot point multiple times, and
True,
two,
yeah.
treat it. He definitely treats it better than Martin does, which is low bar, but and not certainly better than Benioff, than those guys. Not Benioff, than D&D, than the Davids. The writers for the actual showrunners of the Game of Thrones TV show are substantially worse than George R.R. Martin in their treatment of sexual assault. A low bar. There's certainly some even worse fantasy authors about it, but he opens the door to it by both including that as a plot point and also specifically bringing up the issue that like women are less likely to be taken seriously in these cases. Like, there's just going to be a gender bias in their society, which is like intrinsically interesting, because again, the society doesn't appear to otherwise have a general bias towards masculine dominance.
No, in fact, I think probably, at least she's in the running for the most politically powerful person in the setting, is a woman, right?
Yeah, an old woman. Yeah. The white woman. Great character.
Yeah, the white's awesome. I don't. I like her a lot. Anything else you don't like about the story? The white is, I think, pretty undeniably cool.
Yeah, the white's. I will be blunt. A thing that I did like was that they treated religion pretty seriously. Which is again huge failing on Martin's part. Martin is extremely bad at it. It's actually like embarrassing in the case of case of like a Song of Ice and Fire, how incredibly badly and pathetically religion is handled. People tend to actually believe in their religions. People don't build cathedrals to think things they think are bullshit. So if you're writing a story about a society where people build cathedrals to their gods, it's very reasonable to think that they take those gods seriously.
Right. Well, and I think interestingly, the one who doesn't take it very seriously is the Prism in this case, right? Because
well, I think part of that is like the postmodern condition. Like it's hard for us as postmoderns to view like serious, stable piety as a serious thing. Like even like when we even like I've read the Left Behind series. They do not treat religion in like as like a stable, serious piety. It's a ecstatic. It's an ecstatic engagement with new physics. Is how it works in those. It's not faith that is the kind of faith that I recognize in old history books or even from like my grandfather was a very religious man. I really like that the white, the most powerful person in the setting, is intensely devout.
Oh yeah, big time.
And not in like a whips and chains fanatics way, which is the normal like way that people portray religion in fantasy settings. By the way, Trench Crusade's cool. But it's also just they're they don't portray it super seriously. You know, that's but I think Weeks did a pretty good job of like most of the religious characters are taking it pretty seriously. The mom does. And she doesn't come across as an insane fanatic. The white does, and it comes across as entirely coherent with her also being an extremely powerful political manipulator.
Right.
Like it all works together. It's all coherent. It all makes sense. It's not stupid. It's not dull. It's not insane. It's just like these are people who believe in a higher power, and they take it seriously, and they want to honor it, and live in accordance with the values and virtues that higher power expresses to them. It's very Christian, and I think that's fine. I think that was pretty cool representation.
It's very Christian, and even more so, I think the nature of the religion being a kind of monotheism that arose post a polytheistic religion that was originally kind of the main religion is another parallel to Christianity you could kind of make there.
Well, I think specifically Catholicism, because they do also have like semi sub god that like you're not supposed to worship as independent gods.
Yeah.
And of course, the big kindling underneath all of this is a Protestant Reformation.
Right.
Like, that's the big villain of the story is the big bad behind everything that actually is like the strings behind the curtain is a color white, a color white who can bend every color, who is propagating the belief that being a color white is a reasonable thing to be. Because a fundamental belief of the Chromaria, and this is the pact, they call it the pact, is that you won't break your halo, and if you do, you accept that your life is forfeit. And this is part of the Prism's duty, is to go around killing color whites, and a very important part of his duty is, they call it the freeing, which the book acts like it's a revelation, but it was so obvious to me that I felt kind of insulted when they had like the speech where the Omnichrome prince is like, "Do you know what the freeing is? Do you know?"
Yeah.
It's euthanasia.
Yeah, entirely. It's pretty obvious. Yeah.
Even just
Even just from
second that
calling
came
it
up.
the freeing, I think is pretty clear.
The only part I was wondering was like, is it like there's like a part of me that wondered like briefly is like, is this like, do they do a Last Airbender and like take away your bending thing? Is that like a thing the Prism can do? But then it became kind of obvious to me as I was like, yeah, the white is the only like truly, the white and Andros are the only like old drafters.
Yeah.
Like even his mother's 10 years younger than Andros, and Andros is like an old drafter at 65, and he's only able to stay alive and stay sane that long through really extreme measures.
Very extreme measures.
He's
The room he stays in is entirely blacked out, and he wears like blackout shades so that he can't see at all.
I think it would have been cooler if they had literally plucked out his eye. That would have really shown me something about it. I think that would have been cool, and it would have been very consonant with Andros.
It would have been, yeah.
I think that would have made a lot more sense if Andros had like this extraordinary public display and like physical display on his body of his dedication to clinging to power, of his ruthlessness. He was willing to sacrifice his own eyes for political power to maintain his political power. Hello, Ratmos. Hello, Ratmos. Good to see you. And it's I think that's notes though. That's not like a big note. That's just like a minor note. But yeah, like he goes to extreme measures, and he's the second oldest one we see after the white. And like Gavin is frequently wondering, like, how the fuck is the white still alive? What is going on with her? How has she not broken her halo? How has she not gone completely insane? Because she should have at this point in her life. Like she has no business hanging on this long. And so like yeah, like that's the big theological dispute, and it is a very, to me it did make me think a lot about the Protestant Reformation as like a big theological dispute that like it focuses on a sacrament. It focuses on the most holy sacrament, right? The most holy sacrament to these people is the freeing, and the most holy sacrament in the Catholic Church is confession. And that's like the big thing in the Protestant Reformation. People talk about the indulgences, but the indulgences are the small thing. The confession is the big thing. If you have a direct relationship with God, you don't need to confess to a priest.
Right.
So like, why are you confessing to a priest? Like that this priest is a gatekeeper between you and God on the most holy sacrament, which is confessing your sin and having them extirpated by God. Like having this middleman do it. That's the nature of the Protestant Reformation. That's the biggest one. And so I did very much read this as like they start on this sacramental issue, but it spirals out into who has control over your life, over the most important part of your life. In the case of the Catholic Church, it's the relationship between your souls and your sin. And in the case of the Chromaria, it's your relationship between your drafting and your physical life.
Yeah.
And who has control over that? Is it you and your relationship with the divine directly? Or is it this bureaucracy? With a pope at its head.
And I think in truth it's kind of a mixture of both.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, we're talking about real life theology here, or the book.
The book.
Okay, yeah. I was like, yeah. And it's part of the reason. One of the things that I like the most in the book is that Liv switches sides.
Yes. Yeah. She hears he goes through a name change. He's called Color Prince in follow-up books.
Nice, yeah.
Kind of gives a very impassioned speech about the nature of this sacrament, the freeing, and Liv is moved by this speech and opts to defect.
Yeah.
Like right before the big climactic battle at the end.
Yeah, and it's fully coherent to me, right? It's fully coherent to me that like her experiences with the Chromaria are largely negative.
Yeah.
It had been building for some time that she's had these largely negative experiences with the Catholic Church, and she is presented with a, to my ears, reasonable argument that this is bullshit. That this is not a divinely or even practically motivated series of policings. That this rule that you have to die, you can only continue to do bending as long as you haven't broken your halo, is a arbitrary line to exert political control, to centralize political control in an institution. It is about institutional political control at the expense of people's connection with their lives and their divinity.
Yeah.
I don't live in this universe. My questions about whether or not it's actually true to the fiction of the universe is irrelevant. And I suspect that it's not. I am basing this on bad logic, metafictional logic. Based on metafictional logic, I suspect that the color prince is wrong, and that Gavin is right. It would be really funny if, like later on, Gavin defects.
I don't believe that happens. I have not finished the series.
Okay, fair enough.
But
I think Mix has, so I could ask him.
Oh, interesting.
But yeah, like the metafictional stuff points to this being a false prophet, and those metafictional elements being 3 of the 4 protagonists side on one side of it.
Right. Yeah.
And which is the funny way to put it, and the less funny and more boring critical way of putting it is one of these is the status quo. And
right.
One of these
yeah.
Yeah.
During my my rereading of it, that kind of I had that thought of like, oh, surely this is going to be another story where the status quo kind of wins.
Yeah. Like this is like this super stereotypical. Yeah, one of these says Magic Jesus Avatar. I mean, it would be funny if Magic Jesus Avatar was wrong. That's always a fun twist. But it's also like so much the thing that the fantasy genre is. If you were there when I was talking with Clonk about this, me and Clonk talked about this extensively. That it is so stereotypically the fantasy novels are conservative novels. They are novels about a magical world where the status quo is good, and the world is put into danger by something that disrupts the status quo.
True.
That is the genre convention. It is very rarely the genre convention that we've created this fantasy universe, and the rules of the society that they live in are bad.
Yeah, it is interesting, I think, and fair to point out that our fake Gavin has, I guess, reservations about the proposed divinity of his position.
Yeah.
Because I think he's kind of vaunted to. He's ostensibly supposed to have some kind of direct connection with God, right?
Yeah.
But he doesn't feel that.
Yeah.
And so he kind of has his own doubts about that aspect of it. But they don't seem to really influence. Like, they don't seem to be a big enough deal to him to influence him to act against the status quo, right?
Yeah, it's, and again, that's like a bad metafiction argument, right? It's like, and again, like I thought it was kind of interesting that like this is well, like we said before, this is the kind of world that like it's not clearly morally better or worse than the world we live in, right? Like 40K is an unambiguously worse world to live in.
Oh, it sucks. Oh, God, yeah.
It sucks so much. And, like, legitimately my favorite, like, the one that everybody loves, everybody's favorite utopian novel, The Dispossessed, unambiguously better.
Oh, I'm not familiar with that one.
Oh, dude. You're in for a treat.
Yeah, I know you talk about Le Guin a lot, but
Yeah,
I actually have not read any of her works.
I think The Tombs of Atuan might be the single best fantasy novel anyone has ever written.
Interesting.
And the dispossessed is, there's a reason why people don't shut up about the dispossessed for 50 years. It has extremely earned its position as a book that people talk about for decades. It is extremely deserved, and if anything, kind of underappreciated. Which is an insane thing to say about, like, I think, like, I know, like, a dozen people who's their favorite. So, um, but anyway, like, it's an unambiguously better world to live in than ours, right? And this
Okay.
one, it's like not entirely clear. And it's even not entirely clear in, like, small ways. Like, there's, like, small moments where you're like, well, hold on a second. So, like, we get introduced to this world through Kip's eyes. You know, and Kip is this poor, abused kid in a backwater farming village in Recton that gets wrecked immediately, right? The town that gets wrecked is Recton.
It lives up to its name.
Yeah, exactly. Nominative determinative. Just like the town that's garrisoned all the time is Garristown.
Right, exactly.
But the he's living in this town, and his perception of it is that it's irrelevant and it's dirty and it's feared of bandits and blah blah blah. And then Karis comes through, and she's going through the countryside around the town. She doesn't get, when she gets to the town, she gets to the town only after it's been sacked. So she doesn't see the town; she just sees it ruin. She sees the ruin. But even actually, when she sees the town, she talks about, like, this area is prosperous, right? Like, like this is an area that the farmland is productive. They're producing a lot of a cash crop that is mostly being held back by the fact that, like, between the bandits and the way the garrison is run, is not exporting nearly as much as it should. So the orange groves are underattended, but they are still growing, and if they could export them more, they would be extremely productive. And when she goes through the town, when she goes through the ruins of the town, she even, notes, like, the buildings are well built, the streets are wide and well organized. The mayor's house and the church clearly have a lot of pride put into them, pride and resources put into them. This is a town. This is an area that is being held back by local social circumstances, but has everything about it trending towards being a kind of a pastoral idyll.
Yeah.
And also, like, the story that we're told is, incredible magic and literal swashbuckling adventures, and there's a pope, right? There's a pope, but he's not a corpse god like in 40K, or an evil corrupt pope like, most of the medieval popes. I shouldn't say the medieval popes, most of the Renaissance popes. He's a superhero who goes around protecting the innocent. Like, it's a land where the last war was 16 years ago. It's peaceful. People have access to food. We hear we don't hear often about, like, large groups of starving people. Diseases don't appear to be massively endemic. People feel comfortable investing in the arts on a regular basis. It sounds like not that bad of a place. I think, on, like, worse, so I read Barra Cormorant a few weeks ago for SAF, and that's a fantasy series that is explicitly intended to give you this sense of ambiguity about how good is this society. It's a society that's profoundly unjust but also has inoculations. It's a society that is insanely homophobic but also has high class.
Interesting.
It's supposed to make you feel uneasy about it, and like, the characters feel uneasy about it in the universe. And that's all cool. This one, I think, actually did that without telling us nearly as explicitly. Which might just be a sign that the writer didn't check his notes enough. But
Maybe inadvertently interesting, right?
maybe inadvertently interesting on this one, but because I also feel like that's a thing that's like a valuable thing to do because that's what real life is like, right? Like I can walk 5 minutes, digitally speaking. I can do 5 minutes of digital walking and find people who are just completely all in on. Sorry, I had to burp there for a second.
Pardon?
I can go pretty. I can go. I don't have to go very far at all to start finding people who think that this is the best time to be alive. And I can walk even less distance and find people who think that this is like literally the worst time to have ever been born in all of human history.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think that we're gonna find that true in a lot of history, right? Like I highlighted earlier, people living through the Italian Renaissance thought it was hell,
Yeah.
but also they were creating incredible, beautiful, amazing art.
It's kind of about the Renaissance. It's kind of an interesting, almost a clash there. That at least me intuitively, you wouldn't think that if the times are so terrible that people would be making such art.
Uh, Elizabeth Sandifer, one of my favorite living authors, makes the point that her hypothesis is that art is not a luxury; art is a human need. The creation of art is
Hmm.
and the evidence that she marshals that I think about a lot is that during the Holocaust, people were making art.
True. True.
People inside the concentration camps were continuing to make art. Uh, they didn't have a lot of medium to work with, but they were doing it, and that's kind of bringing up the most extreme example I can come up with.
It kind of
Yeah.
serves to because it's so extreme.
Yeah.
It kind of really demonstrates the point very clearly, though, right?
Yeah, I feel like sometimes it's worth going to the extremes. I know that like on in internet arguments, people get mad about like going to the extremes. But I feel like extremes are worth doing to establish boundaries. Testing poking the extreme is worth doing for testing boundaries, and poke the extreme of uh, the worst of the worst that humans live through, and they're still making art. And so clearly, art isn't like something that we only do in times of plenty.
Yeah, clearly, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Interesting.
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I guess you could even look to like cave paintings, right? During hunter
Absolutely,
gatherer
yeah.
times, there's got to be some of the most hellish time in human history, and people were making art, right? So yeah.
Well, I mean that's an extensively debated topic. Yeah, yeah, it was terrible for yeah. Tohu's got a good point there. Uh it's kind of a complicated legacy, right? The Renaissance, the kind of complicated. I shouldn't say legacy. The legacy is fairly straightforward. Everybody thinks the Renaissance ruled. It has it was a complicated time to talk about what it was like to be alive, because one of the reasons why so many people were dying of plague so much was because it was a time of really rapidly increasing international trade.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. 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 Uh, yeah.
Because you get a lot of cross contamination necessarily with that sort of thing.
Yeah, and if you got diseases that incubate over the period of weeks, like they're going to get carried through a bunch of different places. Uh,
Especially when you're bringing my understanding of plague generally revolves around the interaction between like humans and animals.
yeah, yeah, but it's
Where
those have to go somewhere, right?
You'll have some kind of disease that normally would reside within an animal that infects the human population, and it goes crazy. That's kind of been my general
Yeah, yeah.
understanding of it.
Well, so like in the case of like what I'm specifically talking about, right? Like Black Plague, spreads via flea.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But the fleas have to spread via rats, or other animals, including humans. And so those are going to be limited by the range of their tiny little legs. But if you got them on boats,
Right, I was about to say once you bring boats into the picture, that then it gets
yeah, it gets a lot hairier.
it gets very different.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and Tohu, like we've we've gotten the acquired immunity from generations, but we've also got vaccination, right? Like we've yeah, I've read plenty of Native American history, and the effects of plague on those societies is shocking and
Oh,
kind of once
horribly devastating,
yeah,
horribly devastating.
well, and also kind of like once in a world situation.
Yeah.
A kind of once in a world type situation. And uh, yeah. So that's um, ignore the subathon clock. It's off by at least 2 hours. It's about it's got 5 minutes left, but it's off by at least. I'm pretty sure it's off by at least 2 hours. But yes, yeah. So what I kind of got out of this is that this book really kind of opened your eyes up to, um, like, what if the rules were different? What if the rules of reality were different?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and what kind of story could be told with those? And like I said, I tend to think that the by and large the story didn't follow through. I think on what it could have. I don't think it did as much with what it had uh, that I was hoping. Um,
Yeah, I think it's also worth pointing out that I read this in conjunction with also watching Gurren Lagann at the
okay,
time,
yeah, yeah,
at the
yeah.
same time,
Gurren
which
Lagann,
was
some shit. I like Gurren Lagann.
oh, I love Gurren Lagann.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah.
But that's a very like
Mhm.
change the rules kind of story in a lot of ways too.
Oh, and especially when you're in high school, right? God, I don't know what your high school experience was like, but like the extent to which it was told to me constantly that the only way to guarantee your safety and security is to follow increasingly inane and baroque rules.
Mainly upon us, they just really heavily pressed upon the idea that like if you want to like be financially stable, you have to go to college.
Yeah, yeah, that was a
Um,
big part of it. But like how do you go to college, right? It's you have to regurgitate received wisdom. You have to uh the way that it was taught to me was very asinine. I think might be the word I'm looking for. It wasn't like it wasn't like you go to college because you have any particular intelligence or talent. It's because like you check all these lists. You do all these checklists. You
yeah,
go
well,
in like
that's where like the standardized testing comes into play
yeah,
too, right? And all that.
like you have to do standardized tests, and like you have to do like these types of sports, and you have to write essays in this type of manner, and yada yada
Mhm.
yada, and like
Yeah.
you're screwed if you get caught drinking. You're screwed if you get caught with weed, etc., etc., etc. Your whole
Oh,
life is over.
you were omega screwed if you got caught with weed.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah.
And um, you know, I was a successful person these constraints. Not the best student, but I was a good enough one to get into a pretty good college and then into a very good graduate school. And then it turns out that didn't matter at all. It turns out that was nothing. That
Yeah,
was
well, I mean, I also did pretty well in high school.
okay.
I got into a pretty good college. I just there's college where I kind of ended up
Mm.
falling apart a little bit.
Hell, I don't want to get
um,
too personal, but I have speculation. But I think, but I can see definitely why a story about like what if the rules were different? What if these rules could be transcended? Um, what if you were the special boy who gets the perfect scores on every single test without studying? Would have a certain type of appeal. Uh,
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially especially with the context of Gurren Lagann, which is very much a story about how the most important thing to do with rules is to break.
Yeah, row, fight the power, right?
Um, so, uh, I am feeling at the end of my ability to discuss.
Fair enough. We've gone almost 4 hours. It's a
Yeah,
pretty good run, I'd
that
say.
feels pretty good to me. Um, Mr. Glassman, uh, carve me some glass. Uh, can you give yourself? So I'll let you think about this for a second. If you want to direct the raid, you get to choose. If not, I've got a raid target. Um,
Ooh,
and
okay.
if you but plug yourself. Plug yourself, you fool.
All right, all right. Well, as has been made clear, I am a stained glass artist. That's primarily what I do on my channel. We also play games sometimes. Mostly, honestly, probably for the foreseeable future, any games we play will either be Mahjong or Final Fantasy 14 or Mahjong in Final Fantasy 14.
I was about to say.
Um, but my primary content is stained glass art that I do on stream. If you would please, if that interests you, then I would implore you to come check it out. It's very relaxed vibe. I try to keep up very chill, very laid back, which I think is pretty fair analog to what you try to do. You
Yeah,
also try to keep a more relaxed atmosphere, I would say.
I do. I do try. I do try. I do try.
And so I also get a lot of how do you say? I get a lot of positive comments about my music selection as well, which I find interesting.
Yeah.
Um, so if any of that interests you, please by all means come check me out. Twitch.tv/Grimm Glassman. Um, and yeah, that's about it for me.
All right. Did you decide on a raid target you really like? Because I do have one in mind who is doing Final Fantasy
Um,
14 right now.
that's funny. No one who I'm intimately familiar with is streaming at the moment. So if you want to go ahead and raid to
Okay.
your chosen target, that'd be okay with
Okay.
me.
I have not. This person's raided me, but I've never gotten the chance to raid him before. Um, so we are going to raid DK Diamantas.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, DK. So let's make a raid message. I used to automate the raid messages, then I decided that was um boring. Uh, uh, do we have something better than old man raid or old men raid?
um, hmm.
Do you have a better one?
We'll see. Mine is always just relating. Mine always relate to glass somehow. So I don't know if that would necessarily be apt
Nah,
for this case.
we're doing books. So it's old men raid. So let's go over there. That's the raid message. If somebody has the old man, oh, ink and glass raid's not bad. Ink and glass.
Ooh, that's nice
That's actually
actually.
good. Thank you, Tohu. See, this is fun. This is uh, so and let me see if I can. I wish the emote thing made it easier for me to find my ocean mark emote. I need to like literally Google search for it every single
You
time.
need to type old man or whatever, older man,
Old man
however it is.
emoji. It does autocomplete if I it does autocomplete, but it is silly. Uh, uh, oh, and I copied over it. So that's so that's the other raid message. Those are our two raid messages. We are going to raid DK Diamantes. Let me give this formal shout out to Grimm Glassman. Grimm tends to stream quite a bit later than me, so if you have been missing out
I
because
would normally be starting about an hour from now, I
yeah,
would say.
if you've been missing
Yeah.
out because I end too early in the evening and you want somebody else doing traditional art in a big old masculine way, uh there you go. There you go. So yes, we're going to read DK Diamantes. Uh, he's been around here, and he's actually doing a collab with one of our regulars, Arya. Um, Thank you all for being here. Discord. Subathon still has like an hour or two left on. I need to do a manual audit of it again. Um, Obnoxious. We're over 300 points, so at some point I got to do the big stuff. Oh, actually, hold on. I'm gonna cancel the raid so I can say this. Sorry to have to bogart you like this. Tomorrow I'm not going to be here. Tomorrow I am not going to be here. I will be at Squeegee's channel.
They're cool. I like them.
Yeah. Let me make sure I get the right. I can't shout them out right now because I'm on cooldown. That's Squeegee's channel. That's where I'll be tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern. We'll be talking about Outer Wilds and the study of history. And 9 p.m. I will be at John Ken Palm's channel on YouTube for his tournament. So
yeah, excited about that. You're up there with some heavy hitters in that club.
It's honestly kind of funny that like Squeegee's also in the tournament. So I'm going to be collabing with them twice in 48 hours. But yeah. I've been talking with Vivi, but we haven't. This will be my first actual collab with. That's like Vivi's one of my icons, so I'm really excited about that.
Vividly Vivi?
Yeah, one of my.
Oh, she's super cool.
She was actually the inspiration for this series.
Oh wow, okay. I was not aware of that.
Yeah, because she referred to I can show you the tweet that she did. But yes, everybody have a lovely night, and thank you for being here. Join the Discord. That's the easiest way to find me. And goodbye.